Chapter 8, Imperial Palace Night Banquet, Part 2. While the banquet was in full swing within the Grand Hall, the atmosphere in Luo D3's study was tense and heated. His Majesty the Emperor was in a furious rage at his three subordinates. Humph, all 127 court priests are helpless? Let's see what a Grand Magus official like you has to say. Luo D3 slammed his hand on the table, pointing and scolding one of his subordinates dressed as a mage. Your Majesty, the priests have done their utmost, but this truly is a natural disaster, Grand Magus official Damar, sensing the Emperor's seething anger, quickly explained. Natural disaster? How can a natural disaster cause 100,000 warhorses to fall sick simultaneously? Luo D3 grew even angrier. Kaiser's iron cavalry is invincible. Now they're all sick, and the Lacy Empire is like a tiger eyeing its prey. If the enemy invades now, what will we do? Pacing back and forth a few times, Luo D3 tried to suppress his wrath. He turned to face a grim-faced official and asked, Bali, has your intelligence bureau uncovered anything? Reporting to your Majesty, your humble servants have thoroughly investigated. There are no signs of human intervention. A warm, pleasant voice emanated from Bali. The warhorse encampment is a military restricted area. Without your Majesty's or the commander's orders, no one can approach. Furthermore, to sicken 100,000 warhorses simultaneously, it would require someone with the highest achievements in the profession or a 9th-tier magic beast or above. In terms of intelligence, there have been no unusual movements from countries with high-tier magic beasts or super experts recently. Therefore, your humble servant believes this must be a natural disaster. Bali meticulously laid out his analysis. Oh, even if it's a natural disaster, don't we have any way to deal with this situation? Hearing his subordinate's analysis, Luo D3 gradually calmed down but still pressed to march. Your humble servant believes that for this matter, we should summon the high-ranking priests in the country to discuss it together. There will surely be a solution. Seeing the Emperor about to erupt again, Damar secretly wiped cold sweat, not daring to speak further. Your Majesty, truthfully, the situation is not overly urgent. We can let the priests discuss it slowly. At this moment, left Prime Minister Gulay Ming, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. Is that so? Continue. Luo D3 found Gulay Ming's words interesting. The warhorses being sick is indeed a great loss to our nation's military strength. However, the losses are only among the warhorses near the imperial capital. The 4 main legions at the borders remain unharmed. Should a war erupt, the remaining 200,000 iron cavalry can still fight. Furthermore, though Chu Tian is not here, the 9th-tier magic beast Kuata can still deter other nations. 17 8th-tier magic beasts can also be deployed at any moment. Therefore, the situation is not irredeemable. Additionally, the beast race in the north suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Khan Nasi 3 months ago, and their vitality has not yet recovered. They cannot invade again in the short term. The Ersin Kingdom in the west has excellent relations with us. The Sakoti Kingdom is strong in commerce but weak in military, so there's no need to worry. Those 2 directions are temporarily safe from war. Even if the Lacy Empire in the south tries to take advantage and cause trouble, we can dispatch garrisons from the western and northern regions, which should be sufficient to control them. Gulay Ming had served 3 emperors, dedicated his life to the nation, an esteemed elder and a pillar of the country. His words were enough to significantly ease Luo D3's mind. As for the warhorses, your Majesty might as well ask Marquis Fu La Di now to try. After all, he healed the 9th-tier magic beast Chu Tian completely. Gulay Ming added. Bali suddenly stepped forward and reporting to your Majesty, according to the Intelligence Bureau's investigation, Chu Tian only studied with Master in Dong Ni for 2 months, and he doesn't seem to possess any magical fluctuations. If Chu Tian knew he was being investigated down to every hair, he probably wouldn't have the heart to focus on admiring beauties in the Grand Hall right now. Bali's efficiency absolutely lived up to his nickname, the Empire's watchdog. Chu Tian had only been in Panbei City for 3 days, and everything about him had already been thoroughly investigated. No wonder he had held the position of director of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau for 20 years. No magical fluctuations at all? Luo D3 pondered for a long time, recalling Chu Tian's demeanor during the awards ceremony, and said, let him try once. After all, there's the precedent with Qi Yin. Your Majesty is sagacious. With the credit taken by the other two, Grand Magus official Damar finally found an opportunity to speak, nervously flattering Luo D3. Frowning deeply, Luo D3 looked at Damar for a moment, then ordered, Gulei Ming, you are to oversee Chu Fei Na's Holy Imperial Legion to strengthen surveillance on Lacey, and simultaneously order Tu Mu's Shadow Wolf Legion to immediately proceed to Great Stone Fortress to reinforce defenses. Bali, increase the number of spies in the south. You must thoroughly investigate every move of Lacey, especially the movements of high-tier magic beasts. Finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling Damar, and said with a hint of irritable impatience, Damar, go inform Marquis Fu La Di now and tell him to prepare to treat the warhorses. He then added, if you can't even complete this small matter, then there's no need to return here. Hearing Luo D3 give distinct orders to the three men, the honest and upright Damar trembled, secretly thinking, my position as Grand Magus official is almost gone. 0 in the Grand Hall, Chu Tian now turned around, staring with wide eyes and open mouth at the person before him, truly a peerless celestial maiden in this mortal realm. In his mind, the gears of his brain seemed to suddenly hit something, screeching zhi incessantly, stopping their rotation completely. Chu Tian had seen many beautiful women, but never one that made him forget everything around him like this. Her appearance before him rendered almost all language meaningless. All sounds around him vanished, the surrounding scenery faded away, and time seemed to halt. At this moment, in Chu Tian's eyes, only the beautiful woman standing there remained. His gaze instinctively darkened, and a firm declaration suddenly echoed in Chu Tian's heart, she is mine. After waiting for quite a while, seeing no reaction from Chu Tian, the beauty smiled naturally and said, it seems Marquis is overly tired today, I dare not disturb you further. Let's meet another day. With that, she granted the dazed Chu Tian a graceful departing figure that slowly disappeared. Seeing Chu Tian's clumsy display, from afar, and Sen, along with other handsome young noble representatives, sighed, gradually retracting their urgent gazes mixed with a hint of killing intent. It seemed Princess Sa Lin Na's charm was irresistible even to someone like Chu Tian. In truth, in matters of love, Chu Tian hadn't had much luck, even when he lived on Earth. Haha, how was it? Stunned, weren't you? Princess Sa Lin Na truly lives up to her reputation. Still want to duel? Lei Ji, seeing Chu Tian's expression, mocked him. A backward glance, 100 charms are born, the powdered beauties of the 6 palaces lose all their color. Chu Tian finally regained his senses, casually uttering a timeless classic. Eh? What's wrong with you? Chu Tian suddenly noticed that Lei Ji had turned to stone, his eyes and mouth agape, staring blankly at him. Stunned too? Chu Tian forcefully slapped Lei Ji's head. Big brother. No. Boss. Lei Ji suddenly embraced Chu Tian, exclaiming loudly, from now on, you are my idol. Lei Ji's action caused everyone around them to turn and stare, but when they saw it was Lei Ji, they all shook their heads. He did as he pleased, it seemed this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. Boss, that poem was truly profound. With that poem, pursuing Princess Sa Lin Na won't be a problem anymore. Lei Ji's exaggerated display made Chu Tian secretly smile bitterly. This old man only knows a few lines, a few more occasions and I'll be out of material. The path of literature also had prospects. However, for a veterinary system, Chu Tian like him, it was truly asking too much. In 4 years of college, Chu Tian spent most of his time reading medical books. As for Tang poetry and song lyrics, even if he had a copy, he would use it to prop up his shaky desk. From the meaning in your words, no one has managed to win Princess Sa Lin Na yet? Pushing Lei Ji away, Chu Tian asked. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, young Master Su chuckled, a rather sly laugh. Gold and silver were already acquired, how could a beautiful woman be far off? Secretly calculating how to win Princess Sa Lin Na's heart, Chu Tian had no idea that trouble was coming for him. 1. Translator's note, translated as, a backward glance, 100 charms are born, the powdered beauties of the 6 palaces lose all their color. This line is from Bai Juyi's Song of Everlasting Sorrow, describing Emperor Xuanzong's tragic and infatuated love for Yang Guifei. Chapter 9, Horses in Another World Are Different. Thud, Xiao Bai fell from Chu Tian's arms. He stared blankly at the patients before him, his mind in a daze. This time, trouble was truly at hand, wasn't it? Horned battle steeds, or rather, Tier 3 magic beasts. Fundamentally, their bone structure wasn't much different from horses on Earth, but their bodies were significantly larger. Their legs were a zhang tall, their entire bodies covered in glossy black scales like a dragon's, their teeth were jagged, and a black horn, about a chi long, grew from their heads. Their 2 shoulder blades jutted out prominently, like 2 bony wings. These were the patients awaiting Chu Tian's salvation this time. Clouds drifted idly in the sky, horses neighed raucously on the ground. Under the blue sky, the grassland was a vibrant green. In this scene, Chu Tian's 100,000 patients greeted the veterinarian who came to examine them. However, they weren't neighing loudly, instead, they hung their heads, kneeling, their 200,000 vacant eyes gazing at Chu Tian. 100,000 warhorses gathered in one place, under the clear sky. Though the sight was magnificent, Chu Tian had no heart to appreciate it. Is this even a horse? Even if it is a horse, why did no one tell me there were so many horses? Damar. You damn old man, how dare you deceive me? Chu Tian looked up at the sky, cursing incessantly. 3 days earlier, the banquet concluded, and after Chu Tian had quite a bit to drink, he took Xiao Bai and returned. Unexpectedly, just as he exited the palace gates, he was stopped by Grand Magus official de March. Facing the commander of one of the 3 highest departments of the empire, Marquis de Mar, how could a lowly earl like Chu Tian dare to offend him? This man could be considered equivalent to the Minister of War on Earth. Moreover, he was delivering an imperial edict. When de Mar subtly indicated that the emperor had a few sick horses and hoped he could diagnose them, Chu Tian secretly rejoiced, another opportunity to earn merit. Just a few horses, and I, a professional veterinarian, can cure any illness, right? Although he couldn't expect rewards as grand as healing Qi Yan, earning a few thousand taels of gold or silver was entirely within his capabilities. However, Chu Tian was still a bit cautious, asking de Mar for a clearer explanation of the illness. The old trickster, it turned out, could barely say anything, mumbling as if he had eaten something wrong, completely dispirited. Nevertheless, de Mar's reputation for honesty and integrity had long spread throughout the imperial capital, and Chu Tian had heard of it, so he felt somewhat at ease. Who knew, this seemingly benign old man was actually cunning. After he had messed up a few things, Luo D3 was already dissatisfied with this Grand Magus official. His patience had now reached its peak. If it weren't for the fact that no other Grand Magic Master in the country could compare to him in strength, he would have replaced him already. Therefore, this time de Mar also learned his lesson. After receiving the mission, he secretly calculated, if I tell Chu Tian that the emperor has 100,000 warhorses suffering from an incurable disease, and even over 100 court priests are helpless, he will probably be afraid to accept the treatment, and his majesty will surely be furious. At that point, my head will be replaced. So be it, I must make Chu Tian a scapegoat. I'll just say a few non-committal words to hide the truth. Chu Tian will be tricked into treating the horses. If he succeeds, I get the credit. If he fails, it's his incompetence, and I bear no responsibility. And so, de Mar downplayed the extremely serious situation into a minor issue, tricking Chu Tian into going to the sick horses, saying it was to treat a few of the emperor's adorable horses that had lost their appetite and refused to bathe. The nature of this mission was merely try it out from Luo D3's mouth, but de Mar exaggerated it into, if the mission is not completed, offer your head. Damn it. I've been tricked. Chu Tian suddenly roared, startling his attendants. Kai Wen, the manager of the warhorse encampment, immediately rushed to Chu Tian's side, picked up Xiao Bai who had fallen, handed it to Chu Tian, and asked, "Marquis, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just recalled an unpleasant memory." "Ah." Receiving Xiao Bai, Chu Tian immediately cried out mournfully. This was Xiao Bai's revenge for daring to be careless and dropping it. Xiao Bai's bite left 2 deep tooth marks on his arm. Annoyedly looking at Kai Wen's forced, enduring smile, Chu Tian composed himself, cleared his throat twice, and said seriously, "All right, let's get down to business. What are the symptoms of these warhorses?" "They've been continuously feverish recently, eating very little, and lack spirit. As for the specifics, only your excellency can examine them yourself." With that, Kai Wen ordered someone to bring a warhorse. Chu Tian carefully observed this warhorse. Its lips and mouth had uneven blisters, some already rotting, and its hooves were similarly affected. Due to not eating normally, the horse's body was skin and bones. Touching its flanks, he felt an icy cold temperature. "Didn't you say it had an unceasing fever? Why is its body so cold?" Chu Tian asked Kai Wen curiously. Startled, Kai Wen glanced at Chu Tian, then quietly asked, "Does your excellency not know the characteristics of the horned steed?" "The characteristics of the horned steed?" Sweeping his gaze, the attendants behind also looked somewhat surprised, and Chu Tian immediately realized he had made a common mistake. He quickly rectified it, praised the life goddess. "Half a month ago, I was still diligently studying with Master and Dong and I, never leaving the mountain. It's normal not to understand the characteristics of the horned steed." He then put on a saintly expression, and with the utmost sincerity, said, "Master taught that one needs practical experience to grow. It seems there's indeed some truth to that." With that, Chu Tian took advantage of everyone's inattention to secretly pull a piece of meat from his pocket and put it in Xiao Bai's mouth. After a long period of sharing thick and thin, Chu Tian could confirm that after his feigned piety, he would definitely be met with Xiao Bai's mockery. Thus, he quickly sought to bribe it. Hearing Chu Tian mention and Dong and I, Kai Wen and the attendants immediately changed to expressions of reverence. Even their gazes at Chu Tian showed genuine respect, no longer caring about his earlier bureaucratic prevarication. On the battlefield 30 years ago, and Dong and I paid a very high price, and that price should now be rewarded, at least by being reflected in Chu Tian, even if only through the 2 words gratitude in the hearts of Kaiser Empire's people. Taking in the change in everyone's attitude, Chu Tian secretly thought, "So my old man's reputation is actually so useful. So that's how it is, please forgive my earlier rudeness. Marquis' frankness deeply moves us." Kai Wen bowed, sincerely apologizing, and simultaneously introduced the characteristics of the horned steed. "Frankness my foot. If I weren't afraid of failing the mission and the emperor holding me accountable, only a ghost would pretend to be a saint." Chu Tian grumbled internally while pricking up his ears to listen to Kai Wen's introduction. Previously, horned steeds originally lived in the territory of the beast race, the Black River Grand Prairie. Hundreds of years ago, a far-sighted emperor of the Kaiser Empire, defying the objections of his officials, exchanged a large amount of food for dozens of horned steeds from the beast race. After a long period, the horned steeds, which naturally had very low fertility, thanks to the efforts and support of countless priests and high-tier mages, finally reproduced in large numbers as they are today. Subsequently, these Tier 3 horned battle steeds were deployed on enemy territory, achieving glorious victories and establishing the invincible reputation of Kaiser's iron cavalry. In reality, the horned steed's strength was only slightly greater than ordinary magic beasts, and their magic power was even less useful. But the reason they were so terrifying, and valuable enough for the Kaiser Emperor to invest such effort and money, was their unique characteristic, immunity to mid-tier magic. With such an army on the front lines, the enemy's mid-tier mages would be rendered useless. That was why the Magic Kingdom of Ersin always maintained excellent relations with Kaiser. Those capable of harming horned battle steeds numbered less than 10,000, while Kaiser's cavalry numbered 300,000. Precisely because of this immunity to mid-tier magic, the horned steed's body was eternally icy cold. Even a Tier 6 Grand Magus had no way to warm its body even slightly, let alone a small warming fire. The only way to judge the horned steed's hot or cold condition was by its eyes. According to Kai Wen, Chu Tian carefully observed the eyes of the horse he was examining and indeed saw they had turned blood red, not their usual sky blue. Examining it carefully once more, Chu Tian's mind already held some suspicion. He then checked the horned steed's feet, which seemed similar to earth horses, though he couldn't be absolutely certain. Its feet and mouth had ulcers and blisters, it refused to eat or drink, was listless, and had an unceasing fever. These were clearly the symptoms of foot-and-mouth disease, a very common epidemic on Earth. Chu Tian struggled to recall the knowledge he had learned in school. No mistake. Foot-and-mouth disease could only affect hoofed animals, which perfectly matched these hoofed horses. There was no longer any doubt. It must be foot-and-mouth disease. Chu Tian, dared to treat giant dragons, let alone these weak Tier 3 pony horses. Quickly go find Grand Magus official Damar and tell him to bring all the mages in the imperial capital here. Chu Tian looked at Kai Wen, speaking with firm conviction. Chapter 10, Great Fire. When Damar rushed to the warhorse encampment with over 1,000 mages, Chu Tian had already ordered people to herd the 100,000 warhorses into an enormous enclosure. The fence stretched for miles, surrounding the 100,000 warhorses. Seen from afar, the sight was magnificent. The mages, who were originally resentful about being abruptly summoned, now lessened their dissatisfaction upon seeing this scene, murmuring praises. At the center of the enclosure, a large altar had already been erected. If Ndong and I were present, he would surely realize that this altar was an exact replica of his own, but much larger. From afar, seeing that Damar had brought the people, Chu Tian quickly stepped forward to greet him, his face beaming. Haha, Grand Lord Damar, why did you let me treat such chubby little horses? If we weigh them, they must be equivalent to the weight of over 10,000 horses. I wonder what His Majesty will think. It was unavoidable, truly unavoidable. The more he spoke, the redder Damar's face became, to put it simply, as red as Guan Yu's. At the same time, his hands didn't know where to rest, wherever they were placed, they seemed awkward and out of place. Finally, Damar clasped his hands and said with a bitter smile, I won't dare again, all right? Haha, Chu Tian was amused, this old man is quite interesting, isn't he? If this were on Earth, Damar would be comparable to a vice-chairman of the military commission come second vice-commander-in-chief. Yet he's so awkwardly apologizing to a minor marquis like me. Truly an honest person. Chu Tian sighed. After laughing, Chu Tian couldn't bear to trouble this adorable old man anymore. Instead, he put his arm around Damar's shoulder and said with a smile, Haha, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Really? Haha, that's good then. A genuine smile finally appeared on Damar's face, and the redness gradually faded. Chu Tian secretly wondered how he managed to hold such a high position, finding him rather endearing. He continued, I've already found a treatment plan. That's wonderful. Damar excitedly waved his hands, as thrilled as a child, completely forgetting his identity as one of the nation's highest leaders. Young Master Chu was thoroughly impressed by him. A national leader like this was probably one in a million, acting just like an old mischievous child. Nevertheless, this was good. Chu Tian began to execute his plan. Narrowing his eyes, accompanied by a wicked smile, reminiscent of his expression when he first met and planned to deal with Xiao Bai, he said, Grand Lord, you are the Grand Magus official. If so, then all the mages in the Empire are under your command? That's right. Damar was surprised, not understanding why Chu Tian suddenly asked about this. Can you make these mages temporarily follow my command? Pointing to the over 1,000 people present, Chu Tian added, based on that, I can cure these 100,000 warhorses. Yes, then from now on, they will follow your orders. Damar didn't hesitate, immediately nodding. At this moment, even Xiao Bai secretly lamented, how can a person be so honest, so easily handing over power to such a great swindler? Without further ado, Damar immediately issued orders to the mages, "Everyone, obey the commands of Marquis Fu La Di now." Chu Tian was satisfied, looking at the over 1,000 mages before him, a sense of accomplishment rising in his heart. 1/10 of the mages in the Kaiser Empire are now obeying my orders. Haha, how interesting. He had the mages form a circle, distributing themselves around the 4 sides of the enclosure. Chu Tian handed Xiao Bai to an attendant, walked through the warhorses, and went to the altar in the center. Taking out a power-boosting magic staff his master had given him. From his spatial ring, he adjusted his robes, composed his expression, and put on a saintly look. At least, in terms of appearance, Chu Tian now bore some resemblance to Ndong Ni. "Mages, after I'm ready, attack me with your most proficient Tier 6 fire element magic." Chu Tian raised his staff and shouted. There was no other way, the circle was too large. From the center to the fence where the mages stood was over a mile. Without the staff, his voice would surely not reach, no matter how strong Chu Tian's magic might be. Thanks to the staff's effect, not long after, Damar's voice responded, "Marquis Fu La Di now, are you sure you want us to attack you?" The voice was clear and resonant, full of vigor, truly befitting Kaiser's only Grand Archmage. The Kaiser Empire originally had no 9th-tier magic god. Damar, reaching Tier 8 Grand Archmage, was already the highest-tier mage in the country. That was why Luo D3 had endured this old man until now. "I'm absolutely sure, don't worry. I'm immune to fire element magic," Chu Tian said proudly, secretly thanking Chu Tian. If it hadn't allowed him to take a bloodbath to cool off, this elaborate treatment plan of his would have been useless. When Damar confirmed that everything was in order, Chu Tian casually sat down, pulled a scroll from his pocket, tossed it into the air, cleared his throat, and raised his staff, shouting loudly. Chu Tian's shouts, transmitted outwards, became solemn. When they reached the mage's ears, they became imbued with a divine aura. "Great life goddess, please unleash your wrath. Cleanse your suffering believers." Following Chu Tian's incantation, the magic scroll in midair emitted brilliant light, transforming into an enormous and clear flame pattern that appeared in the sky, fluttering ceaselessly as if alive. "Attack!" Damar roared, his staff in hand, and an enormous pillar of fire shot straight towards the altar in the center. The leader ordered an attack, so the over 1,000 mages surrounding them dared not lag behind, each beginning to chant spells, activating their magic. Fireball. Fire pillar. Fire wall. Fire. All types of fire spells competed, jostling, vying with each other, piling upon each other, and rapidly shooting towards the altar. Looking down from the sky, over 1,000 streams of fire elemental energy emitted countless wondrous fire lights converging towards the center. Simultaneously, fireballs, fire pillars, and fire walls merged into one color. Fire. 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 Finally, all the fire concentrated on Chu Tian. Calmly observing the endless red flames, Chu Tian slowly stood up, raising the power-boosting magic staff in his hand. Immediately, the intensity of the fire increased 1,000-fold. When he felt the scorching heat reach its peak, he quickly threw the prepared wind element scroll onto the altar. When the scroll completely burned up, bursts of strong wind emanated from Chu Tian, causing the flames to rage even more fiercely, like thunder. Wind aided the fire, and fire borrowed strength from the wind. At this moment, Chu Tian seemed to transform his aura. The chaotic flames passing through Chu Tian were immediately transformed into pure fire from the 18 layers of hell. Then, they shot back, targeting the warhorses on all sides, burning and scorching them. The blue sky turned red, and the green grass crackled as it burned. The mages were singed, their beards and hair burned, sweat pouring down. In contrast, the horned battle steeds enjoyed the sensation. Receiving wave after wave of scorching red flames, each warhorse lying on the ground felt immensely comfortable, slowly standing up, letting out earth-shattering neighs. Hoo-hoo! It worked! Seeing the warhorses regain their vitality, Chu Tian sighed. Under the scorching heat of the fire, the disease-causing microorganisms were completely annihilated. Fortunately, horned steeds were beasts unafraid of heat, otherwise, they would have become roasted horses for me to feast on. I mean, for these damn mages to bury. The worry in Chu Tian's heart was finally relieved. On Earth, the only way to deal with foot-and-mouth disease was to incinerate everything to completely destroy the bacteria. However, this also meant incinerating the unfortunate sick animals. But upon coming to this continent, although there was no advanced scientific or technological incineration equipment, there were warhorses unafraid of fire. Leveraging this point, Chu Tian orchestrated a magnificent treatment scene, simultaneously curing the disease and orchestrating a scheme for profit. Originally, merely having the mages cast fire on each warhorse would have sufficed, but young Master Chu exploited his fire immunity to create an earth-shattering flame array. His purpose, of course, was singular. If it wasn't made grand, how could he prove his immense contribution? If the contribution wasn't great, how could he be richly rewarded? Thinking of this, Chu Tian, seizing the opportunity when no one was around, flashed a sly smile. However, the smile had barely formed before Chu Tian's face twisted. He had calculated 1,000, 10,000 times, but ultimately forgot one thing: his body was immune to fire, but his clothes were not. Consequently, at this very moment, Chu Tian was presenting a magnificent spectacle to the heavens and 200,000 horse eyes, his wiry stick-figured body, as given to him by his parents. Chapter 11, Promotion and Fortune Too Fast. Fortunately, there were still wearable clothes in his spatial ring. Chu Tian immediately took out a set and quickly put it on. From where he stood to the fence, there was a great distance, so by the time Damar and the mages reached the altar, Chu Tian had already regained his dignified appearance. Below the altar, although the warhorses were still weak, they had begun to regain their spirits. Clearly, Chu Tian had once again achieved a great feat. Internally, he was extremely pleased, but outwardly, he appeared calm and composed, looking at the more than 1,000 mages standing before the altar, gazing at him with respect and awe. Chu Tian then spoke to Damar, who was hurrying on to the altar. The warhorses are no longer a problem, are they? No problems at all, they're all healthy. Damar was so excited his face was flushed red. Finally, a major task was completed. 100,000 warhorses had all recovered, hale and hearty. His Majesty would surely be overjoyed, and my position as Grand Magus official would definitely be secure. Thank you, Marquis Fuladino. Thinking of this, Damar stepped forward, gently brushing Chu Tian's freshly changed robes, as if there was a bit of soot on them, and respectfully said, truly worthy of being the disciple of the holy priest, with a mere nod and gesture, the Empire's worries are resolved. The power displayed just now, even a grand archmage like me could not achieve it. Don't even mention you, I'm afraid even the old man with the beard, and Dong and I, couldn't do it. Chu Tian thought to himself. In truth, throughout the entire process, Chu Tian did only one thing in the middle: circulate qi, strengthening the mage's flames and then directing them to incinerate the warhorses, disinfecting them. However, Chu Tian was not foolish enough to reveal that truth. Chu Tian and Damar walked shoulder to shoulder down the altar, followed by a procession of mages. Chu Tian leaned close to Damar and whispered, "Can you tell me the truth now? What exactly happened?" "Ah." Damar smiled sheepishly and replied, "I truly dare not hide it. I originally intended to deceive you. 2 months ago, ever since Marquis Khan Nasi returned from the Setting Sun mountain range, the warhorses near the imperial capital have been suffering from a strange illness never seen before. Warhorses falling sick is common. In the past, priests would handle it and they'd recover. If not, they'd be killed, and that would be the end of it. But this time, 100,000 warhorses fell ill simultaneously. That number of cavalry accounts for 1/3 of our nation's forces, and we couldn't even find the cause. The priests were also helpless. Faced with this, His Majesty was extraordinarily furious and ordered me, the Grand Magus official, to handle it personally and swiftly." Speaking of this, Damar's face turned red again, and he scratched his head before continuing, "His Majesty pressed too hard. If I didn't have a solution, my livelihood and position would surely be gone. In reality, I had no solution. Telling you the truth, I was afraid you wouldn't dare to accept the treatment, so. Haha, Chu Tian burst out laughing, so that's how it was. Damar didn't understand him well enough. If he could cure it, it would be a great achievement. If not, he would just be scolded by Luo D3 a few times. How could Chu Tian pass up such an opportunity? Only you, Damar, are too honest, taking Luo D3's threat literally. By the time everyone returned to Panbei City, a swift rider had already rushed back to report to Luo D3. He was waiting at the city gates to welcome Chu Tian back. Leading the team, staggering slightly, Damar spotted His Majesty the Emperor with a single glance. He quickly ran forward, shouting as he ran, "Your Majesty, great joy! Your Majesty, great joy!" Ouch! Damar, not paying attention, had run into an obstacle. Luo D3 chuckled at his clumsy display, shaking his head. Nevertheless, he was in an extremely joyful mood, which made him find Damar quite adorable today. Personally helping Damar up from where he had fallen directly in front of him, Luo D3 said with a smile, "Be careful, my Grand Magus official." Never having seen His Majesty's gentle and joyful expression directed at him, Damar couldn't help but feel a little choked up, his gratitude towards Chu Tian increasing several-fold. Nevertheless, he was still not at ease. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Damar bravely probed, secretly glancing at Luo D3, then asked, So. Your Majesty won't strip me of my position, will you?" Luo D3 heard this and thought to himself, though Damar is a bit clumsy, his heart is very kind. Such loyal ministers are rare. Pushing Damar away, Luo D3 raised his head and extended both hands towards Chu Tian, loudly proclaiming, "Welcome back, Marquis Fu La Dinao, a triumphant return." Marquis Fu La Dinao? Chu Tian was surprised. When did he become a marquis? He looked at His Majesty with confusion. Seeing Chu Tian's bewildered expression, Luo D3 quickly grabbed his hand, and as they walked into the city, he affirmed, "That's right. Chief Imperial Priest. Marquis Fu La Dinao." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled, so he had been promoted again. This speed was truly fast. He recalled his big brother Ka Na Si, who joined the army at 13, participated in over 100 major and minor battles, and fought desperately for over 20 years, yet only achieved the rank of marquis. As for himself, he had only been in this world for at most 3 months, yet he had already reached this level. As he thought, Chu Tian pondered, with his marquis title, could he now stand shoulder to shoulder with Princess Sa Lin Na? Returning to the imperial palace, naturally, another banquet was held. During the banquet, Luo D3 officially announced Chu Tian's promotion, entrusting him with the position of chief imperial priest. Chu Tian was almost about to decline this chief position. However, at that crucial moment, the damnable Lei Ji secretly hinted, "The chief imperial priest can freely enter and exit the imperial palace. Opportunities to meet Princess Sa Lin Na will increase." Receiving the hint, Chu Tian immediately changed his attitude, making a firm oath, expressing that he would definitely dedicate himself completely, even unto death, striving for the empire. Nevertheless, he did not see Princess Sa Lin Na at this banquet, which made Chu Tian feel a sense of regret. However, Luo D3 gave Chu Tian an enormous surprise, a marquis's residence. Clicking his tongue repeatedly, Chu Tian held Xiaobai tightly and went with Ka Na Si to see his new home. This was a typical medieval European manor. It had a multicolored fence and vine-covered walls, enclosing a plot of land the size of a stadium. A large, open plaza lay in front, followed by a fence several meters high, then a long stone path leading to the pristine white main building in the center. The garden was filled with all sorts of plants, birds sang melodiously, and the fragrance of flowers wafted through the air. It was unexpectedly beautiful, not to mention the spacious open land at the back. Chu Tian was extremely pleased. He stroked Xiaobai's fur while calculating the value of this manor. Chu Tian and Ka Na Si finally entered the main building in the center. In the reception hall, Chu Tian waved his hand, signaling the servants to withdraw, then invited Ka Na Si to sit. Chu Tian placed Xiaobai on the rug on the floor and said, "Go on, go find yourself a room." Finally, he could have his own space with Xiaobai, Chu Tian sighed regretfully. Recently, Xiaobai had developed an extremely annoying habit. Every morning, it would use its small, rough mouth to bite Chu Tian's ear, waking him from his sweet dreams and preventing him from getting enough sleep. Now that he had a proper home, he could finally legitimately give Xiaobai its own bedroom. Wah! Wah! Xiaobai lay on the floor, refusing to get up. Its face was long and full of resentment, its body feigning sorrow, crawling little by little, its eyes filled with hot tears, as if saying, "You don't need me anymore?" Chu Tian and Ka Nasi exchanged glances, a feeling of inexpressible sadness rising in their hearts. This little fellow truly had too much emotional impact. "Ai! Forget it, you can just sleep with me from now on?" Chu Tian finally surrendered. Wah! Xiaobai joyfully stood up, somersaulted a few times in the air, and at the same time, the corner of its mouth curved into an extremely cunning smile. I didn't expect Xiaobai to be so adorable." Ka Nasi exclaimed, then turned to Chu Tian and said, "Fu la di now, get some rest early. Tomorrow you still have to go to the Imperial Magic Academy to teach the students." "Huh? What? Teach students? Be a teacher?" Chu Tian was dreaming. How could he be a teacher? Not an ordinary teacher, mind you, but the vice principal of the Magic Academy. Ka Nasi corrected him. Chapter 12, Teaching the World. The Kaiser Empire was one of the most centralized monarchies on the magical beast continent. Although it had a large number of nobles, and high-ranking nobles even had their own territories, they had no way of significantly influencing the emperor. According to the empire's laws, high-ranking nobles from the rank of earl upwards could inherit their titles and acquire additional territory. However, military power within noble territories was strictly limited. Even a first-rank duke could at most command a 10,000-strong guard. Furthermore, the surplus income from their territories was also heavily restricted. In these aspects, Kaiser far surpassed the Lacy Empire, where decentralized power led to national chaos. All power was concentrated in the hands of the emperor. The imperial government was divided into 6 major departments managing finance, law, defense, construction, personnel, and foreign affairs. 10 years ago, after Luo D3 ascended the throne, he established the Supreme Commander Department, which managed the military of the entire nation, directly commanding the army. Below it were the Magic Department, the Battle Department, the Magic Beast Department, and a secretly undisclosed military intelligence bureau. The supreme commander was, of course, the emperor. The minister responsible for defense in the government was changed to someone solely in charge of logistics, equipment, and other related matters. Chu Tian's position as chief imperial priest belonged to the Magic Department, overseeing all priestly affairs in the nation. His direct superior, naturally, was the slow-witted Grand Archmage de March. The Kaiser Empire had a leading tradition. To cultivate magic talents for the empire, the Grand Magus official also had to serve as the principal of the Imperial Magic Academy, lecturing regularly. As the second highest person in the Magic Department, Chu Tian naturally became the vice principal of this academy. Praise the life goddess! Chu Tian, the fake priest real veterinarian, was now very troubled. Being vice principal was certainly a good thing. He had some idea of how to teach students, but what would he lecture on? For someone who spent several months just learning basic healing arts, he now had to stand before the nation's elites and lecture on magic-related knowledge. Life was truly ironic. Had anyone ever seen an elementary school student lecture doctors? However, Chu Tian was in a position where he could not refuse, and he even felt a certain interest and passion for this new and unfamiliar job. The reason was very simple, yet also very painful. Simple because Princess Sa Lin Na was a guest lecturer at the Magic Academy. The principle of first proximity, second speed, handsome is not as good as being shameless, or near the water tower, one is first to see the moon had long been deeply ingrained in Chu Tian's mind. The pain, however, also stemmed from this, because Sa Lin Na was a powerful water element archmage, possessing great strength. The vast difference in their abilities added another layer of emotional distance to Chu Tian's path of love. At this moment, the vice principal of the Imperial Magic Academy was working. And this work involved discussing the course curriculum with Sa Lin Na. Professor Sa Lin Na, if that's the case, you lecture here every afternoon? Chu Tian sat at his desk, asking the beautiful princess. That's right, Your Excellency Vice Principal. Sa Lin Na nodded, showing the attitude of a subordinate towards her superior. Sa Lin Na's down-to-earth demeanor increased Chu Tian's admiration for her several-fold. Being a princess of a nation, yet capable of being a lecturer was truly not easy. Moreover, Sa Lin Na showed no arrogance typical of royalty, which made Chu Tian increasingly interested. When choosing a wife, one should choose this kind, high enough to reach the altar, low enough to be close to the kitchen stove. So your lecture venue is the Water Element Magic Academy building? Receiving confirmation, Chu Tian secretly rejoiced. After all this discussion, he had finally gleaned the basic situation of the woman he secretly adored. I wonder, Professor Sa Lin Na, what color clothing do you prefer? Chu Tian began to delve into deeper questions. Sa Lin Na gently raised her willow-like eyebrows, her slightly annoyed glare making Chu Tian's heart soar to the heavens. Your Excellency Vice Principal, I wonder if that's part of the curriculum? Why not? A professor's appearance greatly influences students' learning efficiency. Chu Tian argued forcefully. On this matter, he no longer had the right to speak. He himself hadn't studied well. Hadn't Dongni's image been affected by that? Oh dear. It's already noon, Chu Tian feigned looking out the window. I didn't realize time passed so quickly. In that case, may I invite you to lunch today? Chu Tian finally voiced his intention. Hearing Chu Tian's suggestion, Sa Lin Na suddenly laughed and asked, Are you trying to pursue me? Her direct and bold words froze Chu Tian. A person as severely lacking in romantic experience as he was instantly left blank-minded by Princess Sa Lin Na's jab, unable to utter a word. However, her clear voice continued, But your excuse is quite novel. Chu Tian wished he could find a crack in the earth to hide in, but could only remain rooted in his chair, speechless. For a moment. Then I shall take my leave. Sa Lin Na stood up and gracefully walked out. Just as she passed the door, she turned her head, pouting sweetly, a backward glance. 100 charms are born, the powdered beauties of the 6 palaces lose all their color. That poem is quite novel too. Praise the life goddess. Did that devil tell the princess? I must reward him handsomely. Chu Tian secretly rejoiced. He quickly rushed out, chasing after her. After enjoying the most delicious lunch of his life, Chu Tian saw Princess Sa Lin Na out of the academy. Changing into a brand new priest robe, Chu Tian prepared for his first lecture. Due to his misjudgment of Chu Tian's true abilities, Principal Damar placed immense importance on this first class. He had initially doubted Chu Tian's lack of magical fluctuations, but those doubts vanished after witnessing the earth-shattering scene at the Warhorse encampment. Now, in Damar's mind, Chu Tian's abilities could only be described with one phrase, unfathomably profound. Carrying this mindset, Damar selected an extremely rigorous class of students for Chu Tian, no novice priests or below. No students with poor character. No students who were too old. No students without latent talent. And even if they met those standards, they wouldn't be selected if they didn't pass the final examination. These selection criteria made Chu Tian almost curse aloud, this damned old man wants to kill me. With such selection standards, only about 50 out of 1,000 professional priest students would be chosen. This means the class will be the elite of the elite. Won't this expose my true nature sooner? On his way to the lecture hall, Chu Tian desperately tried to recall everything Dong and I had ever said, arranging them into a coherent structure. However, the path to the lecture hall was too short. Chu Tian hadn't even finished calculating how many priests of tier 7 or above were on the continent when the noisy classroom was already before him. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Calming himself, Chu Tian entered the classroom. Thunderous applause erupted as Chu Tian walked to the lectern, smiling and waving to everyone. What a demeanor for a teacher of the world. Standing before the lectern, Chu Tian looked around. A classroom designed for about 50 students was packed with over 100. Over 100 pairs of eyes stared intently at him, filled with adoration and reverence. News that the disciple of the Holy Light Priest, the chief imperial priest, Marquis Fu La Dinao, would be lecturing had long spread throughout the academy. Talented students flocked to register and participate in the selection process. Putting aside Dong Ni's reputation, Chu Tian was currently considered the brightest star in the sky. Healing a 9th-tier giant dragon was not something just anyone could do. Furthermore, the 100,000 warhorses recovering simultaneously amidst raging flames had already been immortalized in poets' verses. Thus, whether they were professional priest students or not, as long as there was an opening, everyone hoped to squeeze into this classroom. However, Chu Tian hadn't yet realized he had transitioned from veterinarian to idol of the masses, so he still meticulously maintained the demeanor of a professor, gently clearing his throat to get everyone's attention. And so, Vice Principal Su began his instruction. Praise the life goddess. May the glory of the goddess shine upon you, the future elites of the empire. With that, he raised both hands, as if embracing everyone. That sacred and noble aura, that deep and resonant voice, incited a frenzied round of applause from the students below. I am delighted today to introduce the sacred calling of a priest. To all of you. Chu Tian raised his left hand, gently pressing it down, as if to calm everyone's excitement. He smiled softly, narrowing his eyes, and continued, First, I would like to invite you all to speak about your understanding of priesthood. Who would like to speak? Glancing around at the students eagerly anticipating speaking, Chu Tian decided to point to a young man in the very back corner. Then I invite this gentleman to speak. Following Chu Tian's pointing arm, a young priest, his face as red as a ripe persimmon, shyly stood up. Chapter 13, Priest Genius. Even with slightly clumsy gestures, the novice priest stood up, trying his best to muster courage and face Chu Tian. Chu Tian knew that his own abilities paled in comparison to even a priest student. Sooner or later, his big, fat lie would be exposed. Suddenly, a wicked idea flashed in Chu Tian's mind. If I'm useless, why not find someone else to be a scapegoat? Taking in all the expressions of the students in the room, Chu Tian was delighted to discover a very distinct point. This priest wore a rather old robe, though it was cleanly washed. It was clear at a glance that he was from a common family, with no backing. Offending him probably wouldn't incur any danger. He wasn't old, about 14 or 15, his face still quite naive, clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world, and definitely easy to deceive. He clutched a notebook tightly, clearly a diligent and good student. The important thing was that when he met Chu Tian's gaze, his limbs became clumsy and awkward, and his small face flushed bright red, bowing his head. Students sitting at the back of the class usually had a bit of an inferiority complex. This one was definitely it. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, forced out the most saintly smile he could, pulled back his sleeve, and beckoned, Come up here. Come to the lectern and speak? This young man, named Dio, was both nervous and excited. Nervous because he had to speak in front of over 100 classmates. Excited because he was chosen. Dio was born in a fishing village in the eastern part of the empire. Since childhood, he had been diligent and studious, eventually, through his efforts, gaining admission to the Imperial Magic Academy. He was currently 15 years old and had striven to become a novice priest. Dio aspired to be a great priest, so ever since he understood things, he had worshipped the legendary figure in the priestly world, Dong Ni. Recent events in the imperial capital had also given this refined young man another idol. Healing a 9th-tier giant dragon had brought him instant fame, surpassing Dong Ni. With a flick of his wrist, 100,000 warhorses recovered as if they had never been ill. The 2 theatrical performances directed by Veterinarian Su unexpectedly made Dio worship him like a god. Therefore, when he heard that Marquis Fu La Dinao would be selecting students, he immediately dropped everything, eagerly participated in the examination, and finally secured a precious study slot. Stiff as a board, Dio walked onto the lectern, bowed to everyone, then cautiously looked at Chu Tian, who had moved to stand beside him. Then, under Chu Tian's encouraging gaze, he began his explanation. Priesthood originated from where? His words stammered, causing his classmates to show expressions of envy and disdain, some even beginning to mock him. However, Chu Tian was utterly delighted. Haha, the more he stammered, the better, the longer this went on, the better. Ideally, it would last for the entire class. Thinking of this, Chu Tian signaled for silence among the students and added, "The life goddess said, do not mock others for their nervousness." Who knew if the life goddess had actually said that, but his words had a great effect. Under Chu Tian's self-sacrificing attention, the students' expressions changed from sheepish to serious, and the classroom fell completely silent. Looking at Chu Tian with great gratitude, Dio's eyes reddened slightly, but his words became much more articulate. Everyone knows that our priesthood has 9 tiers, divided into. Chu Tian suddenly felt a bit ashamed, as he had only casually said a few words, yet it had moved Dio so much. He secretly thought, brother, I will remember your kindness. The vice principal will not treat you badly. Currently, on the continent, the prominent priests mainly include our Kaiser Empire's mentor, that is, the 9th tier Holy Light priest Ndong Ni, and also. At this point, Dio couldn't help but turn to look at Chu Tian. Oh no, I don't even know the rank of my idol in this profession. After a pause, Dio continued, and also the chief imperial priest, our vice principal, Marquis Fu La Di now. Thunderous applause erupted. Chu Tian humbly bowed, expressing his gratitude to everyone, his heart swelling with joy. I've become a big shot. Dio continued his lecture, regarding the most basic magic, healing arts is considered the most essential foundation. Chu Tian's face flushed slightly, thinking of his diligently practiced skill, which could only be used to relieve Xiaobai's itching. Why could his healing arts only scratch a dog's itch? Chu Tian smiled bitterly. Healing arts, when upgraded, becomes revival arts, which originates from the foundation of healing arts, incorporating. Chu Tian felt even more at ease hearing this. It seemed this student was not bad, he must be diligent every day. Although Chu Tian was magic blind, that was only a personal limitation. In terms of theory, he had already learned a considerable amount from Ndong Ni. Considering the speed and content of Dio's speech, young Master Chu was filled with joy, as this way, a class would quickly pass without any problems. However, Chu Tian quickly stopped smiling. Regarding priestly offensive magic, only Tier 7 priest mentors or above can practice and apply it. The basic principle of these offensive magic spells is. On the lectern, Dio was much more relaxed, speaking at a faster pace. However, the topic of his speech had exceeded Chu Tian's expectations. He had only hoped Dio would get through the class, but he didn't expect him to actually lecture on magic. Regarding the content of Dio's lecture, Chu Tian had heard Ndong Ni discuss it, and it was the same. He understood it perfectly when he heard it, but he couldn't do it. But Chu Tian knew one thing for sure, Dio was not mistaken. According to my observations, similar priestly spells, when cast with different rhythmic incantations, produce different effects. I realized this because Dio had completely entered a trance-like state, the theoretical explanations in books transformed into his own personal analysis. Chu Tian was astonished to discover that Dio's analysis was completely consistent with Ndong Ni's theories. It was important to know that this was the result of Ndong Ni's decades of research. And Dio was only in his teens? Focusing on Dio, who was confidently discoursing, Chu Tian felt as if he had returned to the setting sun mountain range, to the dilapidated straw hut, standing beside the kind and gentle old priest leisurely teaching his student. According to my research, the strongest attack method for priests is the 9th tier spell Light Judgment, however, its incantation has 3 flaws. As a result, its power is greatly reduced. It's even possible that the incantation in the textbook is imperfect. Dio had never had such a satisfying opportunity to lecture. Unconsciously, he inadvertently brought up a long-standing question, even a 1,000-year-old one, in priestly training. Dio's statement immediately caused an uproar. The students protested and criticized incessantly. By what right do you claim the incantation is flawed? You should know that for thousands of years, that magic has been used by countless priests. Even great priests haven't discovered it's flawed. How can you, a mere novice priest, discover it? In my opinion, it's not the textbook that's wrong, but you. The students' criticisms of Dio grew increasingly severe. By now, only their shouts of opposition remained. Dio didn't know how to react, only waving his hands, stammering explanations. My meaning isn't like that. I meant to say. But that was no longer important. Staring intently at Dio, Chu Tian's heart surged like crashing waves. He knew clearly that Dio was wrong. Those incantations didn't just have 3 flaws. They had 5 flaws. But those 5 flaws were discovered by Ndong Anai after 10 years of research. A novice priest, only a few years old, had discovered 3 flaws. His future was truly unimaginable. The magic bell suddenly rang. Class was over. Chu Tian stood up, showing no expression, and pointed at Dio, saying, "You. Follow me to the professor's office." Turning around, ignoring the other students, Chu Tian left the classroom without a word, his face as still as autumn water. In his heart, he kept muttering 2 words, genius. Chapter 14, Master and Disciple. In the Vice Principal's office at the Imperial Magic Academy, Chu Tian sat regally in a large armchair, looking at Dio with a half-smile. Dio, like a young student who had made a grave mistake, stood respectfully before Chu Tian, gazing at him with both reverence and fear. Although he tried to appear calm, his trembling legs betrayed his anxiety. Chu Tian smiled gently, signaling Dio to sit down, and said, "No need to be nervous, sit down and speak." After speaking, Chu Tian suddenly remembered he didn't even know his name, so he asked, "All right, what's your name?" Your humble student's name is Dio." Dio's tongue seemed to tie itself in knots. Being so close to his idol made him immensely happy and somewhat emboldened. He secretly wondered if he had made a major mistake earlier and if his idol would forgive him. Dio composed himself, bowed his head, and quietly explained, "Vice Principal, I didn't mean to speak like that earlier, those were just some wild theories I had during my everyday studies." He gently raised his head, secretly glancing at Chu Tian, and seeing the Vice Principal still maintain his half-smile, Dio quickly continued, "Vice Principal, I was wrong. From now on, I will definitely strive to correct my mistakes." What a naive child. Chu Tian thought with a sigh, but he was both intelligent and studious, very much like himself. Seeing Dio still standing and speaking, Chu Tian stood up, went to his side, and pulled a chair for him to sit down. Unexpectedly, this gesture from Chu Tian startled Dio so much that he recoiled from the chair as if it were on fire, trying to avoid Chu Tian's hands and stand up. This greatly surprised Chu Tian. Dio's face turned red, and he bowed his head, saying, "Vice Principal, you are still standing, how dare your humble student sit?" What a polite child. Chu Tian grew increasingly interested. He returned to his leather armchair, asked Dio to sit down again, and then asked, "Do you like being a priest?" Hearing Chu Tian say this, Dio, who had just settled into his chair, jumped up. The vice principal asking him this question, did it mean he didn't want him to pursue priesthood anymore? Surely his research had made Marquis Fu La Di now doubt his qualification as a priest? Dio thought, then quickly stood up and loudly pleaded, "Becoming a priest has been my dream since childhood." Not realizing Dio was worrying so far ahead, Chu Tian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed his plan to escape his false identity was about to come true. He casually took out a mana crystal from his spatial ring, handed it to Dio, and said, "Cast a spell on it and see." Dio wasn't as ignorant as Chu Tian had been. He naturally knew what the mana crystal was for. Struggling to suppress the pain in his heart, he took the crystal ball with both hands, secretly thinking, "It's over. The vice principal is indeed testing whether I want to be a priest or not. If I don't perform well, I'm afraid he will revoke my priest qualifications." Thinking this, his eyes reddened. Struggling to hold back his tears, Dio was unwilling to let his dream turn to dust, so he gathered all the magic in his body, targeted the crystal ball, and shouted, "Healing arts." Without even looking at the crystal, Chu Tian already knew the result. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Based on the fact that Dio used healing arts with just a shout, without any gestures or incantations, Chu Tian confirmed, genius. Both in body and theory, he was a genius. Indeed, confirming Chu Tian's thoughts, milky white light began to flow within the crystal, and in an instant, the entire crystal turned a uniform color, no longer allowing light to pass through as before. The light flowed for a moment, constantly emitting small sparks, and indeed, tiny cracks appeared on the crystal ball. It seemed the most important part of the entire plan would proceed without a hitch. Casually retrieving the mana crystal, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said, "Do you want to be my disciple?" Everything was similar to what happened between Ndong and I and Chu Tian, even faster, leaving Dio even more startled than Chu Tian himself had been. Dio was already completely stunned. Just a moment ago, he was worried he wouldn't be able to continue his priestly profession. Now, suddenly, he was becoming his idol's disciple. Reality and imagination were indeed very different, chilling Dio to the core. A student of Marquis Fu La Dino. A grand disciple of holy priest Ndong and I. The sole successor of the continent's #1 priestly lineage. A halo seemed to emanate from Chu Tian's mouth, enveloping and dizzying Dio's mind. Seeing Dio standing there in a daze, Chu Tian was not in a hurry, just smiling, waiting for an answer. I was like that too back then, so why should I rush him now and appear desperate for a disciple? Thud, Dio knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times, using the most solemn etiquette on the continent to express his sincerity. He was too emotional to speak. Indeed, there was no one in this world with such strong nerves, indifferent to joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. All right. Chu Tian stepped forward to help Dio up, feigning formality. He pulled out a worn notebook from his spatial ring and handed it to Dio, saying, "As your master, I don't have much to offer. This is just a meeting gift for you." Dio finally emerged from his overwhelming emotions, slowly stood up, bent his knees and body, and respectfully took the notebook. Glancing at the cover of the notebook, Dio's eyes reddened, and he said with a choked voice filled with gentle emotion, "Thank you, master." The cover of the notebook bore 11 large characters, and Ndong Ni's insights into priestly arts. You can study this book at your leisure. Later, you'll have opportunities for practical experience. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, smiled, and continued, "You know, I have many duties in the Empire's Commander Department and the Academy, so I can't be everywhere at once. And there are many students here who want to attend classes. Therefore, I want you to take my place in teaching, to give you a deeper understanding of magic. What do you think? Do you agree?" The wild wolf finally revealed its true fangs. "No problem, but... Master, I'm afraid I won't do well." At this point, even if Chu Tian told Dio to commit suicide, he would do it without batting an eye. "No problem, you will grow from practical experience." Chu Tian continued to entice him, "Only by personally teaching others magic can you truly understand all its nuances. That is the best way for you to practice. Are you saying my student dares not lecture? If so, how will you dare to go to the battlefield later?" Master Ndong Ni's great career was built entirely on the battlefield. Chu Tian's tone gradually became stern, and of course, he eventually mentioned Ndong and I. Following Chu Tian's instructions, Dio's expression grew increasingly confident. He nodded firmly. Dio solemnly said, "I understand. Thank you, Master, for this opportunity. I will diligently practice." Chu Tian felt relieved. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about lecturing anymore. The most important thing was that Chu Tian would have enough time to pursue Princess Sa Lin Na. The next day, Chu Tian and Dio entered the lecture hall together, ignoring the students' astonished looks as to why Dio hadn't been punished. Leading his disciple directly to the lectern, Chu Tian loudly proclaimed, "Dio has become my personal disciple. From now on, he will be responsible for lecturing." Chu Tian's decision to let Dio lecture, though confusing to the students, eventually led to Dio's talent and profound knowledge completely winning them over, dispelling any doubts about Chu Tian. From then on, they praised Chu Tian, saying that truly, a renowned master produces outstanding disciples. At this moment, Chu Tian no longer cared about such matters. Leaving Dio alone in his room, he found a quiet spot, quickly changed out of his ceremonial robes, put on a dashing outfit, and appeared on the path Princess Sa Lin Na usually took after her classes. Many years later, the continent's sole highly respected Tier 10 priest, principal of the Kaiser Priest Academy, Holy Grand Priest Dio, wrote in his memoirs, "The achievements I have today are all thanks to my master, the great Marquis Fu La Dinao, and no one else. At that time, to help me deepen my understanding and comprehension of magic, Master, despite immense pressure, allowed a novice priest like me to step onto the Empire's highest lecture platform." Chapter 15, Encountering more trouble. The joyful days often passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Tian had been on the magical beast continent for half a year, and serving as chief imperial priest for 3 months. Those 3 months were more than enough for Chu Tian to integrate into the aristocratic life of the Kaiser Empire. So far, everything had gone smoothly. At the academy, Dio had fully embraced his role, and the students gradually forgot that there was a teacher named Chu Tian, only knowing and remembering the talented and knowledgeable Dio. Initially, almost all students were dissatisfied with Dio's status as a teacher, but he quickly used his talent to win over those who opposed him. Some even worried about his heretical research, but whenever students questioned him, Dio, with a righteous expression, would pull out Dong Ni's notebook and confidently declare, "These are the theories of the holy priest." Immediately, the classroom would fall silent. Initially, Chu Tian was a little uneasy and attended a few early classes to observe. But after witnessing the discussions between Dio and the students, Chu Tian felt reassured and focused his efforts on pursuing Princess Sa Lin Na. Regarding Princess Sa Lin Na, despite facing obstruction from Sen and other young nobles, Chu Tian managed to use methods that pleased her, thus achieving some success. Knowing that what is rare is precious, Chu Tian carefully organized his not-so-extensive poems and did not overuse them. He only chose occasions like moonlit flower viewing or twilight rendezvous to recite a few lines unexpectedly. The romantic setting combined with captivating poetry caused Sa Lin Na's favorable impression of young Master Chu to grow daily. Furthermore, Chu Tian discovered something that greatly excited her: classic love stories, regardless of the world, had immense killing power against women. Therefore, young Master Chu would occasionally recount a story, such as Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, the return of the Condor heroes, Romeo and Juliet, or the Titanic love story, etc., which were familiar plots or scripts from Earth, naturally with some mystical modifications to suit this world. On such occasions, Sa Lin Na would look at Chu Tian with eyes full of sweetness, making him feel as if he were soaring through the clouds. The only regret was that Xiao Bai had no affection for Princess Sa Lin Na. Whenever the two held hands and chatted, it would make a long face, stick out its tongue, and wag its tail as it walked away. During this time, Chu Tian also resolved another headache. It was related to his professional rank. Since arriving in the imperial capital, he didn't even have the title of a priest apprentice. In general, he had no professional rank whatsoever. To resolve this, he first removed all criteria on the priest's robes and replaced them with Princess Sa Lin Na's magic staff emblem. He even explicitly told everyone, "My devotion to the life goddess cannot compare to my love for Princess Sa Lin Na." When this matter reached the princess's ears, she was annoyed but said nothing. The next day, however, she personally brought Chu Tian a bowl of soup, which made Chu Tian immensely happy as he drank it. Professional rank couldn't be acquired on demand, yet for a chief imperial priest, professional rank was a frequently discussed issue. Every profession on the continent had its unified guild, and professional grading was handled by these guilds. The imperial government could not interfere. This situation meant that even with power in hand, Chu Tian couldn't easily wield it. Nevertheless, this small problem didn't stump Chu Tian. He invited Damar, Ka Na Si, and Lei Ji to form a Four Devils group. Then, with an honor guard of imperial soldiers, they thronged to the priest guild. For marquises, 1 an 8th tier Grand Archmage, 1 an 8th tier Knight, 1 the heir to the wealthiest family in the empire, and 1 the heir to the patriarch of the priestly profession, stormed the guild, causing the 7th tier priest mentor, chairman of the priest guild, to bow repeatedly. Without waiting for him to speak, Chu Tian produced 2 bags of gold coins, saying it was to show respect to the life goddess, then prattled on about the life goddess's merits to the priest mentors there. Snippets of dubious historical anecdotes flowed from Chu Tian's mouth, leaving the mages bewildered. But fearful of appearing ignorant of the life goddess's legends, they all mumbled an agreement. Finally, before parting ways, Chu Tian grabbed the person in charge there and, using his authority, hinted, "The holy priest, my esteemed master, carelessly forgot to grant me a rank." The guild chairman, already in a daze from Chu Tian's earlier words, now, under the murderous gaze of the 4, thumped his chest and proclaimed, "His Excellency in Dong Ni is a legend in the priestly world. Marquis Fu La Di now is the pride of the continental priests." Chu Tian has continually rendered countless services to Kaiser, and his achievements have long proven his strength to be sky-high, no less than His Excellency the Holy Priest. Subsequently, the passionate chairman subtly proposed, Tier 9 professional rank can only be granted by the headquarters in Ersin Kingdom. With my authority, I can only grant Marquis Chu Tian the title of 8th tier Grand Priest Mentor. He then apologized for the delay and presented Chu Tian with the professional certificate. With this certificate, and the added title, Pride of the Continental Priests, Chu Tian legitimately returned to the imperial priest's office and summoned his deputy, Beigan. Beigan, himself an 8th tier Grand Priest Mentor, rushed over when summoned. Young Master Chu feigned intimacy, then, with a seemingly kind but inwardly malicious tone, said, "To give my subordinate an opportunity to practice, from now on, you will be responsible for all the work here." He then subtly hinted, "Damar is about to be dismissed, and His Majesty intends for me to replace him. At that time, the position of Chief Imperial Priest will need a capable person to fill it." Hearing this, Beigan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly accepted Chu Tian's kind offer for training. From then on, Beigan's attitude towards Chu Tian became even more enthusiastic than what his position required, striving his utmost to bring all good things to Chu Tian as quickly as possible. The priests on the continent had a very thorough understanding of human anatomy, but their research on magic beasts was still ongoing. This was because the era of magic beasts had only existed for a few hundred years, otherwise, the court priests would not have been so helpless with Qi Yan's and the horned steed's illnesses, leaving no opportunity for Chu Tian to show off his skills. Occasionally, on special occasions involving powerful magic beasts of the empire, ordinary priests were powerless, requiring the intervention of a prominent figure like Marquis Fu La Di now. For these matters, Chu Tian always deferred to Beigan, using a very flowery title, "To verify your abilities." And Beigan did not disappoint Chu Tian, he even helped him overcome many crises. Free from worry and trouble best describes Chu Tian's current state. 0 Panbei City. Nightfall. In a small alley in the southern part of the city, Chu Tian, hugging a jar of Huyễn Thú Dac, the most famous fine wine on the continent and Xiaobai's favorite drink, staggered unsteadily, looking for his way home. Today, Chu Tian had spent the day with Sa Lin Na, spending his last gold coin, his body utterly exhausted. Looking at the princess, who was still full of vigor, Chu Tian, now utterly depleted, couldn't help but lament how terrifying women could be. After escorting the princess back to the imperial palace, Lei Ji, the #1 playboy of the imperial capital, unexpectedly appeared. Without a word, he dragged Chu Tian to a tavern, saying he needed to introduce Chu Tian to some like-minded individuals. After drinking heavily all night with Lei Ji and his mischievous friends, on his way home, Chu Tian suddenly remembered, Xiaobai was home alone, and if he returned empty-handed, it would surely bite him painfully. Therefore, Chu Tian casually grabbed a jar of the best wine from the tavern, called Huyễn Thú Dac, and swaggered home with his drinking buddies. After walking for a while, Chu Tian was startled to realize, why is this jar of wine so heavy? Am I sick? This type of Huyễn Thú Dac was very potent, ordinary people couldn't even stand its smell. When produced, special methods were usually used to restrict its aroma. The jar of Huyễn Thú Dac in his hand was an extreme delicacy, contained in an extremely sealed glass jar. The weight of the wine plus the weight of the jar pressed down on Chu Tian, making him sway precariously. Sniffing, and tasting the wine in his mouth, Chu Tian felt troubled. Why is that little devil Xiao Bai so addicted to wine? Both a heavy drinker and a lush. Thud. Chu Tian, not paying attention, tripped and fell. Exhaling a breath of wine, he scrambled to his feet, his eyes bleary, looking at his surroundings. The sky was pitch black, not a soul in sight. A cold wind blew, rustling the leaves on both sides of the road, creating a very eerie atmosphere. Chu Tian nudged the wine jar with his foot and looked, discovering not a single drop of wine had spilled. It didn't even break like that, truly sturdy. Another wave of dizziness washed over him, and Chu Tian quickly shook his head forcefully, trying to regain his clarity. He certainly didn't trust his own drinking capacity. He used force to pick up the wine jar, trembling as he raised it in front of him, wanting to examine it closely. But at this moment, Chu Tian was truly too drunk, his hands shook uncontrollably, and he couldn't hold the jar steady. Finally, he let go, and the wine jar fell again. Just as the wine jar fell to Chu Tian's chest, suddenly, without warning, as if from another world, a cold gleam pierced through the night sky, shooting straight towards his chest. Chapter 16, Assassination Attempt. The wine jar plummeted onto his chest, perfectly intercepting the incoming cold gleam, producing a muffled explosion. The jar, though sturdy, shattered instantly, spilling wine all over the ground. The cold gleam also revealed its true form, a short, green arrow. Even though the arrow was blocked by the wine jar, its trajectory was slightly deflected. However, the one who fired it was clearly an expert, so it still had enough force to embed itself in Chu Tian's chest. The sound of the wine jar shattering and the intense pain in his chest sobered Chu Tian completely. The thought immediately flashed in his mind, don't give the assassin a second chance. Enduring the pain, Chu Tian quickly darted to the edge of the road. His feet moved, and his hands were not idle. He continuously pulled various full-body protective scrolls from his spatial ring, shouting loudly, "Assassin! Murder!" In the quiet night, his cry for help echoed throughout Panbei City. The truth proved Chu Tian's action was clever. The scrolls formed several layers of multicolored protective light shields, enveloping his body, just in time to deflect 3 incoming cold gleams. Ding. Dang. Dong. 3 deafening sounds rang out. The earth trembled. The nearby houses were shaken awake. Some lit lamps, others dared not move, indicating they had no right to interfere. All was drowned out by the thundering hooves of horses. The Kaiser Empire's Imperial Iron Cavalry had arrived. The deafening sound of hooves rushed in, accompanied by the shouts of soldiers. Finally, there were people. Chu Tian had never felt Kaiser's soldiers so intimately. Hidden within his protective light shields, he breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily forgetting the searing pain in his chest. The mysterious assassin, having failed, seemed to realize they couldn't do anything against the magic shields on Chu Tian's body, so they didn't make another move. Marquis Fuladi now, are you alright? The leading soldier dismounted his warhorse and approached Chu Tian, asking with concern. Clearly, he knew Chu Tian. Praise the life goddess. I'm fine, thank you for arriving in time. After a pause, Chu Tian quickly said, quickly seal off this area. The culprit must be apprehended. Hearing your excellency's cry for help, the first thing I did was seal off this street. Is that so? Excellent. Chu Tian nodded, which made the wound on his chest throb. What's your name? This officer's quick thinking greatly pleased Chu Tian. Watching him personally command the troops, hundreds of cavalrymen packed into the narrow street without causing any chaos, Chu Tian secretly thought, what a talent. Your humble subordinate is Bai Qi, a 4th-tier bronze knight, part of the Imperial Guard, currently serving as a centurion in the Imperial Capital Guard Corps. With that, Bai Qi puffed out his chest, his right hand clenched over his chest, performing a military salute to Chu Tian. Imperial law stipulated, Kaiser's iron cavalry must protect the rights of serving officials. I will remember you. Chu Tian nodded and smiled in response, not thinking that it would affect his wound. The short arrow was still embedded in Chu Tian's chest. It was 2 chi long, jade green with crimson streaks. At this moment, fresh blood flowed, soaking his body. Having lost a lot of blood, Chu Tian's face was slightly pale. As a veterinarian, Chu Tian naturally knew what excessive blood loss would lead to. Gritting his teeth, he twisted his hand and pulled out the arrow. Humph! With a low growl, the arrow came out, bringing with it a gush of fresh blood. After cursorily treating the wound, Chu Tian looked at the weapon in his hand and sighed, truly vicious. The short arrow had a triangular head. The 3 small holes designed for blood drainage were still stained with fresh blood. The soldiers around him were all impressed by Chu Tian's actions. In their impression, no priest had ever been as courageous as Chu Tian, daring to pull out a weapon embedded in his body. Without using magic medicine. Subtly, Chu Tian's image became a monument in the hearts of the imperial guards there. Ah! Is this Marquis Fu La Di now? What happened? Suddenly, an old man with silver hair, dressed in servant's clothing, walked up to Chu Tian. Chu Tian looked and recognized him as Right Prime Minister Endower's butler, Deke. He had met this old Deke once at a banquet at Endower's house. At that time, Deke, with his astute and robust demeanor, had left a very good impression on Chu Tian. Smiling bitterly, Chu Tian said, "So it's you," casually hiding the arrow in his bosom, and continued, "Why are you here?" Earlier today my master sent me out of the city for some business. I'm currently on my way back and unexpectedly encountered this. Deke looked at Chu Tian's wound and shook his head regretfully, asking, "Who has such a deep hatred for Marquis, to injure you like this?" "I only arrived in the imperial capital 3 months ago, I haven't offended anyone. It's possible the culprit mistook me for someone else. I still need to treat my injuries, please, make yourself at home," Chu Tian said to conclude the conversation, as he had no heart for small talk right now. "Then I won't trouble Marquis any further with your treatment, I will take my leave." Deke bowed to Chu Tian, turned, and walked away. Watching Deke's figure disappear, a cold light flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He sneered internally, secretly thinking, how did you, old man, arrive so coincidentally? 0 news of Marquis Fu La Di Nao's assassination attempt shook the imperial capital. The army, led by Khan Nasi, searched the entire city for 3 days but yielded no results. The culprit seemed to have vanished without a trace. The 3 highest leaders of the empire, Battle Minister Ma Koli, Grand Magus Official Damar, Magic Beast Minister Bei Zite, along with Intelligence Bureau Chief Baali, were in Luo D3's study, respectfully standing before His Majesty, while Luo D3 stared intently at the short arrow that had injured Chu Tian, lying on the table. The 5 men were holding an emergency meeting concerning Chu Tian's assassination attempt. Luo D3 now attached immense importance to Chu Tian. On this magical beast continent, the quality and quantity of magic beasts represented a nation's ultimate strength. No magic beasts means nothing at all. This awareness had always been in the mind of any monarch. Recently, Chu Tian and the 100,000 horned battle steeds consecutively encountered problems, potentially causing significant losses to the empire's magic beast quality and quantity. The subordinate small kingdoms became unstable, and the archenemy Lacy Empire also began to stir. This made Luo D3, originally full of ambition, quite troubled. At this critical moment, Chu Tian appeared and resolved all difficult problems. Under his hands, the empire immediately restored its strength, once again looking down on all other nations, and the borders immediately quieted. Magic beasts determined the fate of nations. Chu Tian determined the fate of magic beasts. Under such circumstances, how could Luo D3 not value Chu Tian? In Luo D3's heart, Chu Tian had become the primary key to his plan of conquering the continent. Therefore, Luo D spared no effort in supporting Chu Tian, elevating him from a commoner to a marquis within 3 months, and even hinting that he supported Chu Tian in pursuing his only sister. Otherwise, how could Zhao Lin not have accepted Chu Tian so quickly? Of course, Luo D3 was astute, and Chu Tian was not foolish. He implicitly guessed His Majesty's intentions, which was why he dared to neglect other aspects and openly pursue the beauty. Luo D's expression was grim. He stared at the short arrow and gravely asked, Bali, have you found anything? Intelligence Bureau Chief Bali stepped forward, bowed his head, and reported, Your humble subordinate is incompetent, I have found nothing. Seeing Luo D3's expression grow even grimmer, he added, Currently, the only thing we can determine is about the assassin's weapon. Based on the shape of this arrow, we can deduce that it belongs to a professional archer of the elf race. Furthermore, based on Marquis Fu La Dinao's account, I believe the culprit is at least a Tier 6 gold rank expert of the elf race. However, since the elf kingdom's destruction, the elf race has scattered across the continent, and their experts cannot be easily accounted for or identified. Therefore, your humble subordinate finds it very difficult to investigate thoroughly at this moment. Luo D3 nodded, tentatively accepting Ba Li's deduction. His gaze swept over the other three, finally resting on Magic Beast Minister Bai Zite, and he asked, Bai Zite, is it possible that high-tier magic beasts from other countries did this? Your Majesty, after receiving the news, your humble subordinate immediately dispatched 2 Tier 8 magic beasts to the scene to investigate, but no aura of any high-tier magic beasts was detected. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the culprit is a Tier 9 magic beast capable of concealing its aura. If that were the case, only by requesting your Majesty to deploy Kuo-ta and Chu Tian could we thoroughly investigate. Alright, Chu Tian is still cultivating in Agula Mountain, and Kuo-ta definitely won't agree to do such a trivial thing, so what's there more to say? Luo D3 seemed impatient, because Ka Nasi's Chu Tian wasn't here, and Kuo-ta was bound by an equal contract with the Empire, only in large-scale wars could he deploy it. Your Majesty, your old servant has an opinion. Luo D3 turned his head to look. It was none other than Grand Marshal Ma Koli, who, along with Left Prime Minister Ge Ming, was known as the Empire's twin pillars of literary and military might. Old Marshal, what is your opinion? Marquis Fu La Di now does not appear to have been injured by a high-tier magic beast. Currently, the main combat magic beasts of all countries are under strict surveillance by the Intelligence Bureau. Moreover, their forms are extremely large. If one had infiltrated the imperial capital, it would be impossible not to leave any traces. Even the 6 Tier 9 magic beasts on the continent capable of shapeshifting into human form have 2 with masters, and Ka of Ersin Kingdom and our Chu Tian. Ersin has excellent relations with our country and would certainly not risk being attacked by our iron cavalry to assassinate Marquis Fu La Dinao. As for the remaining 4, they were all subdued through contracts, just like Kuo-ta, and would not undertake such a trivial assassination. Therefore, your old servant believes that this time it is likely that an enemy nation bribed an expert from the elf race to act. Currently, our greatest enemies are the Lacey Empire in the south and the Tianhai Island nation in the east. The possibility leans more towards the Lacey Empire. Although Marquis Fu La Di now has only recently risen to prominence in the past 3 months, he has achieved extraordinary feats, healing Kaiser's main warhorses, which indirectly threatens Lacey. Our warhorses pose the greatest threat to the Lacey Empire because the Tianhai Island nation is separated from us by sea and fundamentally fears no cavalry. Therefore, this matter has a very high probability of being a plan by the Lacey Empire to weaken our strength. Lacey. Luo D3 gnashed his teeth, repeating the name of that nation. The old marshal speaks very reasonably. Damar, what do you think? Luo D3 suddenly felt he had neglected Damar too much, and turned to ask the adorable Grand Magus official who was standing there in a daze. At this moment, Damar had been so dazed by his colleague's analysis that he hadn't heard what they were saying. In his confusion, he seemed to have heard that the Lacey Empire had angered His Majesty. However, after much interaction with Chu Tian, Damar had also learned some of his shamelessness. Remembering the path to officialdom that Chu Tian had taught him, Damar straightened up, composed his expression to appear righteous and resolute, and solemnly declared, I agree with the opinions of the Grand Lords. The Lacy Empire has the heart of a wolf and the belly of a snake, forgetting that their own house is in disorder and daring to offend His Majesty. However, it is but a lean sheep, there is no need to trouble your Majesty's divine might. Your humble servant is willing to lead a detachment, to bring back the head of Lacy Emperor Tai Luan as a tribute to your Majesty. His firm and powerful voice resonated, as if it had never emanated from this Grand Magus official. The other four were stunned. Was this the same confused Damar from before? Seeing the expressions of the Emperor and his colleagues, Damar secretly chuckled. Fu La Dinao's lessons on officialdom are truly useful. First, compared to my intelligent colleagues, I must always agree, even if their words are unpalatable. Second, His Majesty is always wise and mighty, and His Majesty's enemies are always despicable and shameless, therefore, I must not forget to praise His Majesty and curse the enemy. Third, I must volunteer for important tasks, even if I cannot possibly accomplish them. Otherwise, His Majesty might actually send me to the battlefield. Luo D3 was the first to regain his composure. He looked at Damar strangely and said, "My dear Minister, your loyalty is commendable, but you currently hold many important responsibilities and cannot be sent to the battlefield." Haha, praise Marquis Fu La Dinao, he indeed anticipated all of His Majesty's reactions. Chapter 17, Doubt. The days of convalescence were Chu Tian's most enjoyable. After returning home, Princess Sa Lin Na, upon hearing the news, immediately came to personally care for Chu Tian. Her eyes filled with tenderness, her gentle and concerned words, and Sa Lin Na's special affection buried Chu Tian deep in the grave of love. Xiao Bai also didn't mind the princess's presence, it even toddled over to sit and watch Sa Lin Na prepare medicine. Luo D3 even cancelled the court session on the second day, personally leading a large retinue and bringing many valuable gifts to visit Chu Tian. He also declared to the accompanying officials, Marquis Fu La Dinao is a pillar of the nation and must be treated well, striving for his quick recovery so he can continue to contribute to the empire. The chief imperial priest, Marquis Fu La Dinao, was assassinated. The officials and nobles in the empire quickly learned the news. These officials would ordinarily only need to send servants with nourishing gifts or healing remedies. However, due to Luo D3's emphasis on Chu Tian, young Master Su's marquee residence constantly received visitors. With all these important figures visiting to feign goodwill and bringing numerous generous gifts, it seemed Chu Tian's recovery process should be extended 2 or 3 times, lest he disappoint others less, but disappoint his own pocket more. However, those most worried about Chu Tian were his closest friends. Kanasi tirelessly investigated the culprit day and night. Damar even moved into Chu Tian's residence, claiming he wanted to personally protect him. In reality, he wanted to express gratitude and further practice the path to officialdom that Marquis Fu La Dinao had taught him. As for Dio, he suspended his teaching duties at the Imperial Academy and diligently served his master, acting like a filial son. The only thing that surprised Chu Tian was that damned Lei Ji had not appeared at all. To be precise, his own assassination was partly due to Lei Ji's negligence in arranging their drinking outing. Today, Chu Tian lay sideways on his sickbed, bandaged all over, stroking Xiao Bai, and receiving the right Prime Minister in dower, who had just arrived. Haha, Marquis, this time you are truly blessed with great fortune. To escape such a dangerous situation unharmed, there is nothing more joyful. Old Endower always smiled widely with great charm, his face always radiating kindness. Praise the life goddess. It's possible the goddess still has many important tasks for this humble one, which is why she saved this humble one at the crucial moment. Outwardly, he spoke pleasantries, but in his mind, Chu Tian recalled Deke's unexpected appearance at that time. Deke's timing was too coincidental, and the incident occurred in a small alley far from the right Prime Minister's residence. He fundamentally had no reason to be there in the middle of the night. Although filled with doubts, Chu Tian still maintained a lively demeanor to express his gratitude to Endower. My trivial matter unexpectedly troubled Grand Lord Right Prime Minister to visit personally. I am deeply honored. What are you saying? You are now a pillar of the empire, even His Majesty has many matters awaiting you. It is only right that I come to visit you. And Dower bent forward as if to examine Chu Tian's injuries, but seeing him covered in precious medicine, he sighed, "Your injuries are indeed not light." Chu Tian chuckled internally, this old man has long since recovered. However, for such generous gifts, his recovery would have to wait another 2 days. And Dower then looked at Chu Tian's blood-stained bandages, his face showing surprise as he said, "The Imperial Capital Guards are truly incompetent. They couldn't even catch the assassin who entered the Imperial Capital. By the way, Fu La Di now, do you have any suspicions?" "At that time I was completely drunk, I don't remember anything to suspect. I didn't even clearly see the assassin's appearance, let alone anything else." With that, Chu Tian bowed his head, stroked Xiao Bai, and secretly watched Dower. However, Dower's expression did not change. He laughed heartily and said, "Is that so? How fortunate for the assassin. Well, I won't disturb you any further. Please rest assured and recuperate. His Majesty is still eager to see your effectiveness." With that, Dower stood up to take his leave, exiting the sick room. Watching Dower leave the room, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, secretly wondering if it had any connection to him. Since being injured, Chu Tian had used his convalescence as an excuse to accumulate wealth, while also pondering all recent events. He had only been in the imperial capital for 3 months and had not formed any enmities, so there was no fundamental reason for someone to assassinate him. If he absolutely had to find a reason, it was only because his pursuit of Princess Sa Lin Na had offended many young nobles, with Sen being the most deeply affected. However, the suspicious Dower could not have tried to kill him for his son's romantic feelings. But if it wasn't him, then Deek's unusual appearance had no explanation. Thinking of this, a flash of insight suddenly struck Chu Tian, realizing he had overlooked a major issue. He loudly called, "Bei Qi, come in here." When trouble befell Chu Tian, Luo D3 severely reprimanded the commanders of the Imperial Capital Guard Corps. A person of such importance in the empire was assassinated right under the emperor's nose. It was truly a disgrace to Kaiser's iron cavalry. Therefore, the commander of the entire national military, Battle Minister Ma Koli, proposed strengthening protection for Chu Tian, and based on Chu Tian's title, assigned a guard of over 1,000 men for Chu Tian to command. This was Ma Koli's utmost effort, as a marquis's private guard was only about 3,000 men, and those were private forces, not official ones. Chu Tian heard this news and remembered the centurion Bei Qi, who had left a deep impression on him, and specifically appointed him as his personal guard captain. Hearing Chu Tian's call, Bei Qi immediately pushed open the door and entered. "Your Excellency, what are your orders?" This guard captain Bei Qi was extremely dedicated to his duty. Since being assigned to serve under Chu Tian, he had not left Chu Tian's side for a moment. He even slept outside the room door, which made Chu Tian sigh with emotion. "I didn't expect to find such a hard-working person." Chu Tian motioned for Bei Qi to sit, then asked, It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask you something. Do you know Right Prime Minister Dower's butler, Deek? He's the old man who appeared on the road when I was assassinated." "Reporting to your Excellency, I dare not say I know him well, only a little. Deek often accompanies the Right Prime Minister to inspect military camps, so most of the officers in the Guard Corps know him." Chu Tian nodded, quite pleased with Bei Qi's answer, and continued, "What is his strength like? Roughly what professional tier is he?" "His strength?" Bei Qi hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Deek is just an ordinary old man." "An ordinary person? Is it possible he's concealing his strength?" Chu Tian still wouldn't let it go. "It's unlikely. There are quite a few experts in the Guard Corps, and none of them sensed any magic or battle qi on Deek." Although he didn't understand why the Marquis was asking about this strange matter, Bei Qi diligently performed his duty, answering all of Chu Tian's questions. "All right, that's all. You may withdraw for now." Bei Qi left the sick room. Chu Tian grew even more confused. Bei Qi wouldn't dare to lie. If so, then Deek couldn't be the assassin. If that's the case, then Dower's suspicion is greatly reduced. So who exactly wants to eliminate me? Unable to figure it out, Chu Tian shook his head. What? While deep in thought, Chu Tian was pulled back to reality by Xiaobai's cries. Looking down, Xiaobai held a small bottle of medicine in its mouth, delicately treading on the floor, gracefully walking to Chu Tian's side, its large, sparkling eyes looking as if to say, "It's time for your medicine." Taking the bottle of medicine, and casually placing it on the table, Chu Tian gently stroked Xiaobai's head and said, "My injuries have long since healed, I don't need to take medicine anymore." With that, seeing Xiaobai still persist, Chu Tian clicked his tongue and declared, "Don't forget, I am an 8th-tier Grand Priest mentor." What? Xiaobai rolled its eyes at Chu Tian, glaring at him as if annoyed, saying, "Don't tell me I don't know where that title came from. Marquis Lei Ji is here to visit your excellency." As Chu Tian was petting Xiaobai, Beiqi's voice came from outside. Following his announcement, the scoundrel Lei Ji entered the door. "Haha, boss, why are you in such a state? You got assassinated even while drunk." Chapter 18, The Golden Path, Part 1, Wawa. Xiaobai clearly saw the newcomer, immediately jumped off the bed, snarling and barking incessantly at Lei Ji. It was extremely displeased with this good-for-nothing playboy who always tempted Chu Tian to do bad things. "Oh my! You finally came. I thought you were dead." Seeing Lei Ji arrive, Chu Tian instantly darted off the bed, rushed to pick up Xiaobai, and covered its mouth. Your injuries?" Seeing Chu Tian's agile movements, and then looking at the blood-stained bandages on his body, Lei Ji was extremely surprised, his eyes wide and mouth agape, stammering, unable to speak. "Haha." Chu Tian gave a cunning laugh, then swiftly hopped back onto the bed, pointing to the pile of generous gifts behind him, smiling with narrowed eyes, "Praise the life goddess. My injuries will take a long time to heal." With that, he smugly adjusted some of the red bandages on his body. Lei Ji quickly came to carefully examine the bandages on Chu Tian, then glanced at the pile of gifts filling the room, sighing, "Wow, boss is truly boss. Even while recovering, you don't forget to make money." Casually picking up a gift and examining it, Lei Ji made a grimace as if mourning, lamenting, "So many. With this rate, my Pan Mosi family's position as the wealthiest in Kaiser will soon be taken by you, boss." Before Lei Ji's lament could finish, Xiaobai Wawa broke free from Chu Tian's arms, jumped to the ground, coiled its body, then shot up high, pouncing on Lei Ji. Before Lei Ji and Chu Tian could react, Xiaobai had snatched the gift from Lei Ji's hand, gripping it tightly in its mouth, then returned to the bed, lying down amidst the pile of gifts, its face full of hostility, staring intently at Lei Ji. "That little." Lei Ji was dumbfounded. Chu Tian, on the other hand, praised, "Good Xiaobai. It's not in vain that I usually pamper you. At critical moments, you know how to retrieve wealth for boss, huh?" Smiling with narrowed eyes, he picked up Xiaobai and patted it in praise. Chu Tian then suddenly lay down on the bed, all fours in the air, with an extremely comical expression, criticizing Xiaobai, "Why did you do that? Young Master Lei Ji has money everywhere in his house, he definitely wouldn't take our things. Who knows, these things might not even compare to the gifts he brought." With that, Chu Tian looked at Lei Ji, quickly winked, subtly hinting for this wealthiest young master of Kaiser to show off a little. Lei Ji agonizingly looked at the man and dog before him. Although their appearances were different, they shared the same extremely wicked and greedy smile, as if cast from the same mold. "A greedy dog sees strangers." Lei Ji muttered softly, but unexpectedly, Chu Tian heard him. "What did you say? We've been brothers for so long, and you dare to visit an injured boss empty-handed?" Chu Tian was annoyed. Xiaobai, in his arms, also stretched out a paw, pointing down at the ground, looking very dismissive of Lei Ji. "Haha. How dare I come empty-handed?" Lei Ji shrugged, showing his empty hands to Chu Tian. Seeing that Lei Ji had nothing in his hands, Chu Tian felt as if the bed was on fire. He immediately jumped up, pointing at Lei Ji, about to scold him. Seeing signs of Chu Tian's anger, Lei Ji quickly lowered his gaze, stepped closer, and whispered mysteriously, "However, I have prepared a different kind of generous gift for boss." Lei Ji emphasized the word generous, making Chu Tian and Xiao Bai's eyes gleam with golden light. Something that the heir to Kaiser's wealthiest family described as generous was clearly not bad. Ah, what kind of gift? Tell me. Chu Tian sat down again, trying to appear composed, but Xiao Bai's avaricious gaze had long since betrayed him. Haha. Seeing that Chu Tian had taken the bait, Lei Ji wasn't in a hurry. He sat close to him and slowly began, "Do you know what my family does?" "Of course, I know, the wealthiest in Kaiser. One of the wealthiest families on the continent." Chu Tian knew that rushing now would be useless, so he narrowed his eyes and slowly followed Lei Ji's lead. "Then do you know how my family became the wealthiest in Kaiser? Isn't it because you control most of Kaiser's industries?" Chu Tian's interest was finally piqued. "Does the Panmosi family have other secret ways of making money?" Lei Ji turned his head, looking around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned close to Chu Tian's ear and whispered, "Actually, the source of my family's profits is smuggling war magic beasts and marylene." War magic beasts and marylene. Chu Tian was truly surprised this time. Similar to Tier 3 horned battle steeds, every nation on the continent had its own war magic beasts. This was just like on Earth. In addition to large armies, powerful nations also had various advanced military equipment. The technological level of the magical beast continent lagged thousands of years behind Earth. Although war magic beasts were not as powerful, they were comparable to military equipment on Earth. Because high-tier magic beasts were rare in most countries, armies used a large number of low-tier magic beasts. This created an enormous demand for low-tier magic beasts. On the continent, many mercenary groups and merchant guilds made fortunes by trading magic beasts. However, since magic beasts were military-controlled assets, trading them was difficult. Currently, fewer than 3 mercenary groups and merchant guilds on the continent were known to do this. As for marylene on the magical beast continent, its origins were as murky as the sea. Its specific history was probably known to few. Only old people vaguely recalled hearing that marylene was a failed product of alchemy. At that time, an alchemist refined marylene from black marylene flowers but sadly discovered that these black powders, besides causing hallucinations, had no other use. Unexpectedly, the formula for that marylene was accidentally spread by the alchemist, becoming a luxury item for nobles. However, when the era of magic beasts arrived, the nation's energy was entirely focused on magic beasts. The powerful strength of magic beasts was not for weak nations. On the continent, the division of strength was based on magic beast standards, causing other indicators and professions to be continuously overlooked. On the actual battlefield, alchemists were useless, so they gradually withdrew from the continent's power stage. Nevertheless, many alchemists were unwilling to accept this, so they scattered their attention to the dark side. From this, a sinister and mysterious profession emerged, dark alchemists. In a short time, they developed a large number of diseases that could affect magic beasts. At times, countless magic beasts were killed by epidemics, leading to crises on the continent, prompting a hunt for dark alchemists. Ultimately, this profession only existed for about 10 years before becoming a matter of history. A large number of magic beast diseases subsequently disappeared, but the marylene improved by dark alchemists persisted to this day, classified as a chronic poison. After over 1,000 years of transmission, the processing technology of marylene had significantly improved, its properties also transformed into a toxic product, becoming a forbidden substance for all nations. However, although marylene was extremely dangerous, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. Currently, only the Sakoti kingdom on the continent could produce a limited amount annually. Even though Sakoti was a profit-driven nation, it dared not openly trade this continental forbidden item. This indirectly elevated marylion's rarity, and its profits naturally soared. "You're telling me your family's secret, aren't you afraid your father will find out?" Although Chu Tian and Lei Ji's relationship was not bad, it wasn't close enough for Lei Ji to reveal family secrets. "Furthermore, aren't you afraid I'll report you to His Majesty?" Lei Ji chuckled, proudly replying, "Report to His Majesty?" Am I afraid of you reporting me to His Majesty? Then, changing his tone, he spoke in a voice just loud enough for Chu Tian to hear, seriously saying, actually, His Majesty is a major shareholder in my family. Chu Tian and Xiaobai were both stunned. The emperor also smuggles military supplies and poisons? This news truly shocked people. Chu Tian was speechless for a moment. My family controls 5 smuggling routes on the Golden Trade Road. The 2 largest profit sources are, 1, through the Mud Mire Marsh between the Black River Grand Prairie and Kaiser, to smuggle magic beasts, and the second route is through the Misty Lake between Sakoti and Kaiser, to smuggle Marilyn. The Mud Mire Marsh is entirely mud, with no one in sight. The Misty Lake is covered in mist year-round. Even experts cannot easily pass through these 2 places. How does your family transport goods through them? Having lived on the magical beast continent for over half a year, although Chu Tian didn't know its geography like the back of his hand, he had some general knowledge. Lei Ji smirked proudly, who said the Golden Trade Road necessarily has to be on the ground. Chapter 19, The Golden Path, Part 2, Not on Land? Chu Tian chuckled, thought for a moment, then asked, is that Golden Trade Route in the Mud Mire Marsh secretly transported by Keelan airships? Keelan airships were wondrous products, requiring mages' magical power to control. Due to their enormous size and immense carrying capacity, major powers currently only had a few, primarily using flying magic beasts to transport logistical supplies. However, no matter how fast Keelan airships were, they had a fatal weakness: they consumed too much energy. A Keelan airship flying 100 li would completely drain the magic power of a Tier 7 archmage. This severe limitation restricted the popularity of Keelan airships, making it impossible for a nation without archmages to acquire such a luxury item. Even some powerful nations didn't use archmages to maintain these airships. Ah? Boss, how did you know that? Lei Ji looked at Chu Tian in disbelief. Haha, your boss is so smart, what can't I figure out? Chu Tian replied haughtily. If Chu Tian had still doubted Luo D3's involvement in smuggling earlier, he was now completely convinced. Although Keelan airships were enormous, each could only carry 50 warhorses. To smuggle a large number of magic beasts, at least 3 airships would be needed. Without a large number of archmages supporting this, it would be impossible to travel 1,000 li through the Mud Mire Marsh. If someone claimed the Panmosi family could bribe a large number of archmages, Chu Tian wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was important to know that the entire Kaiser Empire had only about 20 archmages in total. Therefore, Luo D3 had to be involved in this matter. Luo D3 provided the archmages and Keelan airships, while the Panmosi family was responsible for smuggling and money laundering. This was truly a perfect combination. It seemed Luo D3 also had a business relationship with the Panmosi family. Chu Tian secretly thought the Panmosi family's status also increased significantly in his mind. As for how to cross the Misty Lake, I don't know. After all, the sky is full of mist, and Keelan airships have no way to pass through. Chu Tian said modestly. It wasn't surprising he became modest. After all, Lei Ji before him now had a new identity: future king of military contraband and master of Kaiser's underworld. Haha, I didn't expect boss to be modest sometimes. Lei Ji clicked his tongue. Alright, then I'll tell you, we smuggle through an underground tunnel. An underground tunnel? Impossible, Chu Tian said firmly. Misty Lake covers an area of 800 li, how could a tunnel be built there? There's nothing the Panmosi family can't buy. Lei Ji stood up, looking disdainfully at Chu Tian, then proudly said, of course, that includes a tunnel hundreds of li long. Is it really true? Chu Tian murmured. At this point, he began to have a direct understanding of the financial power of Kaiser's wealthiest family. The cost of building a tunnel hundreds of li long was astronomical. Just thinking about it, it would be no less than tens of millions. Lei Ji, immersed in the glory of his family, continuously spoke things that startled Chu Tian. Since Marilyn appeared, my ancestors discovered its immense commercial potential, and thus spared no expense, using 200,000 gnome artisans, spending 17 years to build this smuggling route. From then on, the region specializing in marylene production, the Sakoti Kingdom, became our family's backyard. Perhaps those 200,000 artisans were all eliminated then? Chu Tian sneered inwardly, but outwardly said, truly worthy of being Kaiser's wealthiest family. Only the Pan Mosi family could undertake such a grand project. That's natural. Lei Ji said proudly. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled, so why are you telling me all this? Are you asking me to join the smuggling? A gratuitous act of kindness must hide ulterior motives. Lei Ji telling him family secrets must mean he had an agenda. Haha, I truly admire you, boss, you're too smart. Lei Ji reverted to his usual arrogant and stubborn self, smiling, I really do want you to join me in smuggling. How about it? Isn't this a generous gift? Did your father agree? Chu Tian still couldn't quite believe it. This is my father's intention. When mentioning his father, Lei Ji's demeanor clearly became much more serious. Then I wonder how we should cooperate? Chu Tian dropped his joking facade and seriously discussed the business. Even between brothers, we should calculate carefully. How many gold coins can boss invest? Speaking of business, Lei Ji immediately transformed into a shrewd merchant, showing no trace of his playboy demeanor. Calculating his recent gifts and the rewards from Luo D3, Chu Tian said, roughly 100,000 gold coins? All right. You invest 100,000 gold coins with me, and you'll get 3/10 of the profits from the Misty Lake Golden Route. Lei Ji said firmly. You must have other conditions, right? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes even more. Although he didn't know how much 3/10 would be, it was definitely more than 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins for 3/10 of the profits from a contraband smuggling route, this good fortune made Chu Tian extremely wary. Haha, of course there are exceptions. Lei Ji revealed the standard cunning merchant's smile. Currently, the professions of alchemist and dark alchemist no longer exist, so the responsibility for inspecting toxic substances falls to those whose profession is very similar to these two, priests. Lei Ji chuckled again, but all the priests of the empire are under boss's management. Chu Tian thought carefully. Indeed, the priests were responsible for medical work and another task, preventing all items that could harm citizens. The magical beast continent didn't have a police force like on Earth, all law enforcement was handled by the military. Other matters were handled by relevant professional bodies. For example, firefighting and fire prevention were handled by water element mages under Grand Magus Official de March. Similarly, the task of inspecting toxic substances affecting public health fell directly into the hands of him, Chief Imperial Priest Chu Tian. Haha, I understand. How could the noble aristocrats of Pan Mosi possibly smuggle marylene? With that, Chu Tian stood up, adding righteously, in Kaiser, any force daring to smuggle toxic substances will be severely punished. Chu Tian huddled with Lei Ji, exchanging sly smiles, and whispered, besides Pan Mosi, who else? Although his voice was low, Xiaobai heard it. Wah. Xiaobai glared angrily at the two, quickly barking with immense gravity to curse the two wicked, human life disregarding merchants. Seeing Xiaobai annoyed, Chu Tian immediately comforted it, don't be angry. Your boss makes money all for you, can't you see? With that, he put on a sorrowful, resentful face and said, your boss is at the end of his rope, can't you tell? Such noble Huyễn Thú Dac wine, how can I buy it to lavish upon you without money? Hearing the three words Huyễn Thú Dac, Xiaobai immediately quieted down, but its face still showed unwillingness. Chu Tian continued to coax, when we have money, I'll buy you 2 Huyễn Thú Dac factories. One to drink when thirsty, one to drink for fun. Wah. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, and a bit of thick drool dripped from its mouth. Joyfully barking twice, Xiaobai suddenly bit Chu Tian's hand, its eyes fierce, and extended a front paw, wiggling it twice, meaning, 2 wine factories. If it's one less, you're in trouble. Petting Xiaobai, who was now quiet in his arms, Chu Tian resumed his sly merchant's smile, looked up, and asked Lei Ji, "Alright, how much exactly are those 3/10 of the profits?" Not much, Lei Ji replied with a chuckle, "about 8 to 9 million gold coins a year?" Praise the life goddess. 8 to 9 million? Only this talented Lei Ji could spend that much. Only those two words could describe it. After seeing Lei Ji off, Chu Tian met Xiaobai's gaze, and they shared a sly smile. Though smiling, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, calculating inwardly, Luo D3 could have resolved the situation with just a word. Why did he need to use tens of millions of gold coins to buy me off? 1. A gratuitous act of kindness must hide ulterior motives. To suddenly be kind to someone without reason, if not deceitful, then there's an underlying motive. For example, a husband who is usually unromantic suddenly helps out, praises his wife's beauty, buys her gifts, and acts lovingly, then he is likely doing something shameful, such as having an affair, and wants to cover it up, so he shouldn't be trusted. Chapter 20. Aftermath. Chu Tian's doubts were not unfounded, and Lei Ji immediately proved it. Leaving Chu Tian's marquee residence, he entered a luxurious, spacious carriage. The interior was lavishly decorated, yet without any vulgarity. A simply dressed middle-aged man lay reclining on a long seat in the back of the carriage. As soon as he entered, Lei Ji shed his arrogant and unruly demeanor, bowed his head, and respectfully reported to the middle-aged man, "Father, everything went well." The man in the carriage was Lei Ji's father, the patriarch of the Panmosi family, the wealthiest man in Kaiser, Duke Bolunda. Understood. With that, Bolunda closed his eyes to rest, paying no further attention to his son. "Father?" Lei Ji was a bit unwilling, gently calling Bolunda's name. Bolunda still maintained his stoic demeanor, slowly opened his eyes, looked at Lei Ji, and calmly asked, "You must be wondering why I paid such a high price to win over Marquis Fu La Di now, aren't you?" "Yes, father." Lei Ji nodded. Although Marquis Fu La Di now is highly regarded by His Majesty, was it necessary to use 1/10 of our family's income to win him over? Humph. Bolunda snorted coldly. His half-closed eyes suddenly gleamed brightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "What is the ancestral teaching of our Panmosi family?" "Abundant profit comes from intelligent investment." Lei Ji secretly sighed, thinking, "Oh no, father is going to lecture me again." Since childhood, whenever Lei Ji made a mistake deserving of scolding, Bolunda would always use the same method. First, ask about the ancestral teachings of a merchant family, then unleash a storm of reprimands. But this time, Bolunda's reaction was not as Lei Ji expected. He stretched his body, adopting a comfortable posture, and asked in a gentle voice, "Then tell me, is Fu La Di now worth investing in?" Lei Ji shrugged and cautiously replied, "Considering the current situation, Marquis Fu La Di now is very much worth investing in." "Ah? Why?" Bolunda smiled, seeming somewhat pleased with Lei Ji's answer. "Given His Majesty's high regard for Marquis Fu La Di now, it's only a matter of time before he replaces Damar as Grand Magus official. By then, Marquis Fu La Di now will become one of the 5 Grand Ministers, holding immense power and high office, making him very worth investing in." Not bad. It's not in vain that I painstakingly taught you that you can see that point. However, suddenly, Bolunda sat upright in his chair, staring intently at Lei Ji, his voice becoming very stern. "Then why didn't I use 1/10 of the family's income to win over the left and right prime ministers, or the battle minister and magic beast minister?" Lei Ji was so stunned by Bolunda's question that his hair stood on end. He thought, "Old father, don't make it difficult for your child." "If I knew, that would be great." However, he replied, "Is it because His Majesty values him more?" "Ai." Bolunda sighed, "Your vision is still too narrow." "Narrow?" Lei Ji didn't understand why his father said that. Even if Chu Tian married Princess Sa Lin Na later, he would at most become a prince consort. Could Fu La Di now even achieve the highest rank, royal prince? Even if he became a royal prince, wouldn't he be worth 1/10 of the family's profits? Years ago, to assist Luo D3 in ascending the throne, Bolunda only offered 1/5 of the family's assets at most. Seeing that his son still didn't understand, Bolunda slowly explained, even if Fu La Di now eventually achieves the rank of royal prince, he wouldn't be worth the price I'm offering. Seeing his son's still confused eyes, Bolunda sighed again, what I'm doing is giving you a life-saving talisman for the future. Life-saving talisman? Ah. Lei Ji's eyes lit up. He chuckled, father, who else could threaten our Pan Mosi family? Bolunda glared at Lei Ji, making him shrink his neck. Bolunda was clearly dissatisfied with his son's attitude and said, do you know why Fu La Di now holds his position today? He healed Chu Tian and 100,000 warhorses. Lei Ji, despite fearing his father, was inherently stubborn and replied with a chuckle. Humph. Then have you ever wondered why Chu Tian and the warhorses consecutively encountered problems within 3 months? Why did His Majesty use Kaiser's strongest force, Chu Tian, against the beast race? Why did the beast race use 4 8th-tier golden behemoths in such a small-scale battle? Why did the warhorses fall sick right after Chu Tian was healed? Furthermore, why was Marquis Fu La Di now assassinated? Bolunda asked a string of questions, making Lei Ji feel as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Seeing his son's flustered and helpless expression, Bolunda shook his head and murmured, a bloodbath is coming to the continent. At that time, magic beasts will determine the fate of nations. Can someone who can manipulate the fate of magic beasts in his hands truly be an ordinary person? After all the influential figures in the imperial capital had visited, Chu Tian's injuries were completely healed. At this moment, Chu Tian was with Princess Sa Lin Na at the slave market in Panbei City, because he needed a butler. The large marquis residence, even before being granted to Chu Tian, already had quite a few servants. But a butler was a trusted confidant and had to be personally selected by the master. Initially, when experiencing aristocratic life, Chu Tian still found managing servants interesting, because on Earth, he was mostly managed by others. Now that he had the opportunity, he even took on the butler's role himself. But after a while, dealing with and instructing the servants in the house led to many frustrations. Wherever he went, people would respectfully bow, uttering empty, overly dramatic phrases like "Greetings, Marquis," which Chu Tian initially found interesting, but over time, that feeling faded, replaced by a cold shiver down his spine. His management of the servants also became lax. Finally, conflicts erupted during Chu Tian's convalescence. Because he had to receive important guests every day, Chu Tian neglected his servants, letting them do as they pleased. Unexpectedly, too much freedom led to trouble. First, instead of offering wine to Battle Minister Ma Koli, they served cold water. The old marshal, respecting Chu Tian, glared and drank it all, only to suffer from stomach issues for 2 days. Battle Minister's absence neglected military affairs, making Luo D3 incredibly stressed. Next, left Prime Minister Ge Ming's dessert was served as a savory dish. The old Prime Minister, under Chu Tian's enthusiastic encouragement, ate a full belly, resulting in Luo D3's dismay, advising, "Old Prime Minister needs more rest. At your age, you shouldn't eat too much, your stomach will feel bloated." Magic Beast Minister Bai Ziti's experience was even more tragic. Bai Ziti was not very familiar with Chu Tian. Moreover, he held high office and didn't need to curry favor with Chu Tian, only sending a few gifts as a formality. But how could Chu Tian let this big fish get away? Knowing Bai Ziti lived quite far, he sent a servant to invite him. In this situation, Bai Ziti naturally couldn't refuse and followed the servant alone. Unexpectedly, the servant Chu Tian casually dispatched had only recently arrived in the capital and wasn't familiar with the roads. Given the complexity of Panbei City, he led the Magic Beast Minister from the south to the north, even out of the city gates, and back to his own village. Bai Ziti, despite being enthusiastically welcomed by the villagers, still marveled, why is Marquis Fu La Dinao's residence so far away? No wonder he's always late for court. The Magic Beast Minister went missing, and all the magic beasts in the imperial capital became like motherless children, howling continuously, causing Luo D3 to panic, thinking the Lacy Empire's army had attacked Panbei City. Finally, the conflict erupted over Demarch. The adorable Grand Magus official had a very painful memory. When he brought his clothes intending to stay at Marquis Fu La Dinao's residence, he unexpectedly encountered great misfortune. The servants didn't believe that the poor-looking old man before them, who claimed to be there to protect Chu Tian, was one of the empire's 3 highest-ranking officials. After an argument, the servants, losing their temper, pulled out clubs and thoroughly beat and chased away the 8th-tier Grand Archmage, who dared not offend Chu Tian, leaving him crawling and limping out of the Marquis residence. Subsequently, the bruised and battered Grand Magus official requested half a month's sick leave, and his response to Luo D3's envoy was, too ashamed to face anyone. And so, of the 5 Grand Ministers in the Empire who visited Chu Tian, 2 fell ill, 1 was injured, and 1 went missing. The next day at court, Luo D3 looked at the empty commander department and, agitated, grabbed Endower's hand, his eyes welling with tears, warning, "Be extremely careful when visiting Chu Tian, I only have you left." In just a few days, 4 Grand Ministers were incapacitated. This achievement earned Chu Tian's Marquis residence a very flowery nickname, Graveyard of Grand Ministers. Chu Tian's servants, when they later returned to work in various government departments, were given an extremely honorable title, Imperial Assassins. Seeing his servants' behavior, Chu Tian exclaimed in pain, "I must find a butler." Chapter 21, Butler, Part 1, Fu La Dinao. Are these people suitable to be butlers? Sa Lin Na frowned, pointing at the burly, strong but dull-eyed beastmen, softly asking Chu Tian. The 2 were at Panbei City's slave market to choose a butler, but in reality, they were also encountering trouble. The entire market, occupying such a large area, was filled only with iron cages and shackles. Inside, slaves were scattered about, caged and bound like livestock, mighty beastmen, dirty gnomes, honest dwarves, and even beautiful elven women who made Chu Tian dizzy just looking at them. However, among them, no one seemed to fit the image of a butler. Not only could they not find a suitable person, but their noble attire and dignified bearing also drew the gazes of buyers and sellers around them. Praise the life goddess. I think they're only suitable as bodyguards. Chu Tian shrugged helplessly, sighing, "If I let them be butlers, I'm afraid no one will dare to visit my Marquis residence anymore." Sa Lin Na chuckled softly, "It must be admitted that your servants were a bit heavy-handed. Grand Lord Damar still dares not meet anyone." Heh. Chu Tian couldn't help but laugh, leaning closer to Sa Lin Na, chuckling, "Without a mistress to manage them, it's only natural for them to run wild." Sa Lin Na gently pushed Chu Tian away, her face flushing as she said, "How could His Excellency and Dong and I teach you to be so glib?" The loving indignation in his beloved's expression made Chu Tian inwardly overjoyed. Just as he was about to continue chatting, he was cut off by a damnable voice, "Oh? Boss and sister-in-law, why are you 2 here?" Following the voice, he found the scoundrel Lei Ji. Ever since Chu Tian and Pan Mosi joined forces to smuggle contraband, their relationship had grown even closer, and even Xiaobai looked at Lei Ji with much more familiarity. Initially, he was still a bit annoyed that Lei Ji had ruined their idyllic world, but hearing Lei Ji's form of address, Chu Tian immediately switched to a warm and friendly demeanor. "Why can't we 2 come here?" With that, he secretly glanced at Sa Lin Na, not annoyed at all. Secretly giving a thumbs up as a sign of solidarity, Chu Tian and Lei Ji exchanged knowing glances, both secretly chuckling. It seemed the 2 not only cooperated well in business but also had perfect synergy in courtship. "Fu La Di now needs a butler," Princess Sa Lin Na answered instead of Chu Tian, then shrugged with a bit of annoyance, smiling, "Those servants of yours are truly beyond help." "Haha, I've already heard about it." Lei Ji immediately gloated. Ever since his father instilled in him a business mindset and he inherited the philosophy of harmony creates wealth, no matter where he went or whom he met, Lei Ji always led with gold and silver. Therefore, Chu Tian's servants, after receiving all sorts of good things, still hadn't specially taken care of Lei Ji. "But why are you 2 looking for a butler in the slave market? This place only sells manual laborers and low-tier female slaves." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ji suddenly understood. "Ah, I see, you 2, one a marquis and one a princess, naturally aren't familiar with these trivial slave trading matters." It turned out that Panbei City's slave market was divided into 3 areas: low, mid, and high tier, based on quality. A butler represented the owner's status and position, belonging to the high-tier servant category, and naturally could only be found in the high-tier area. Chu Tian and Cao Lin Na were ignorant of this, so they had mistakenly gone to the low-tier area. Hearing Lei Ji's explanation, Chu Tian looked at him with confusion. Then why are you here in this low-tier area? Before Lei Ji could reply, Cao Lin Na interjected, is this also your family's business area? Heh, sister-in-law is truly intelligent, guessing correctly at once. Cao Lin Na's down-to-earth demeanor made Lei Ji feel no awe. Coincidentally, my family just acquired a high-tier slave. Follow me to see him. If he's suitable, I'll give him to you two for free. Cao Lin Na was about to refuse, but Chu Tian grabbed her hand and pulled her back, smiling. If that's Lei Ji's intention, we should accept it, shouldn't we? Earning 8 to 9 million gold coins a year, what was a free servant that Chu Tian should refuse? Cao Lin Na smiled softly, shaking her head, but didn't withdraw her hand, sweetly smiling at Chu Tian. All right then, as you say. Haha, then let's go. The intimate gestures, as if no one else was present, made Lei Ji a bit jealous. Why did the Empire's #1 gentle beauty favor this scoundrel Chu Tian so much? Led by Lei Ji, the few of them passed through the chaotic low-tier market and arrived at a luxurious estate. Truly worthy of being the high-tier area. Chu Tian looked at the building before him in disbelief, exclaiming with admiration. A lush green lawn stretched out, covering more than 10 grand and luxurious villas. Their architecture and decorations were no less impressive than any noble's residence in the empire. If one didn't know beforehand, no one would think this was a slave market, and even if they stumbled in, they would think it was a wealthy magnate's abode. Lei Ji led the two into the largest villa. As soon as they entered, a line of servants stepped forward to bow. Dressed uniformly in black, their postures were almost identical. The servants lined up before Lei Ji, then bowed respectfully. Welcome, young master. Lei Ji waved his hand casually, then pointed to Chu Tian and Cao Lin Na, saying, Greet the princess and Marquis Fu La Di now. Welcome, your royal highness princess. Welcome, your excellency Marquis. Their movements and voices harmonized perfectly. Viewed from one side, it could seem as if it came from a single person. Seeing the Panmosi family's servants, and then thinking of his own, Chu Tian was so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide. Servants who had undergone training versus his imperial assassins were truly a world apart. This solidified Chu Tian's desire to find a good butler. Praise the life goddess. How did you train these servants? Chu Tian patted Lei Ji's shoulder, asking enviously. I don't know. Lei Ji shrugged and spread his hands, implying he had no such ability. I've never managed servant training, that's all handled by the butler. Chu Tian could only nod, lamenting to Cao Lin Na, when will our household have servants like these? Cao Lin Na, while Lei Ji wasn't looking, glared at Chu Tian, then turned and asked Lei Ji, please dismiss the servants, I want to see your slaves here first. Alright, no problem. Follow me upstairs. Lei Ji finished speaking and led the two upstairs. The servants automatically retreated. Entering a sumptuously decorated office, he invited the two to sit on soft leather bearskin chairs. Lei Ji walked to a leather-bound cabinet opposite and casually pulled out a thick stack of dossiers. The quality of this batch of slaves isn't bad, choose one. Dividing the dossiers into 2 piles, he handed them to Chu Tian and Cao Lin Na. Lei Ji sat beside them, introducing. The dossiers were written on magic scroll paper. They not only fully described the servant's background but also contained magic-rendered images of them, giving a very lifelike impression of their appearance and physique. Heh. Boss, this one isn't bad, you know. Lei Ji winked, pointing at one of the dossiers. Realizing it was the dossier of a charming blonde beauty, Chu Tian glared at Lei Ji and said in a low voice, you little brat, do you want to get me killed? As if not seeing Chu Tian's expression, Lei Ji continued to describe, this one isn't bad, you know, not only is she exceptionally capable, but she also has a face like this, a figure like this. Cough. Sa Lin Na, sitting beside Chu Tian, suddenly coughed lightly, looking at Lei Ji with some displeasure. Then she pointed to another dossier and asked Chu Tian, then what about choosing this person? Babak Tat? Praise the life goddess. Chu Tian stared blankly at the dossier, exclaiming, the creator must have forgotten something when he created him. The appearance of this butler made Chu Tian secretly curse Lei Ji. If you hadn't recommended that beautiful female butler, Sa Lin Na would never have found this ugly old man for me. Chapter 22, Butler. Part 2, From the magic photograph, it was evident that the slave named Babak Tat was so old that his age was impossible to guess. The gray-white hair on his head combined with fierce and chaotic eyes made him even more unsightly. Several scars on his face added to his cruel appearance. Furthermore, his eagle-like eyes revealed a very sinister glint. Chu Tian didn't like the person in the picture at all. Through it, one could feel that this person was not benevolent. Huh? Why is this person's dossier still here? Lei Ji also noticed Babak Tat's dossier, picked it up, and said with a puzzled expression, this Babak Tat is capable, but too solitary, he can't be a good butler. How did this Babak Tat become a slave? Sa Lin Na was very interested in this old man with a cruel and gloomy appearance. That happened about half a year ago. Oh yes. Half a year ago, when a merchant caravan from my family was passing through the border between the Setting Sun mountain range and the Mud Mire marsh. At this point, Lei Ji glanced at Chu Tian, as if asking if the princess knew about the smuggling. Seeing that Chu Tian showed no reaction, seemingly having told Sa Lin Na everything, he continued with ease. A Keelan airship suddenly snapped a tether, and a few magic beasts fell into the marsh below. Reconfirming Chu Tian's reaction, seeing him narrow his eyes and chuckle, Lei Ji looked at Sa Lin Na's calm face, inwardly confirming, this scoundrel who prioritizes beauty over friendship has indeed revealed my family's secret to his wife. This couldn't be blamed on Chu Tian, after all, in his heart, Sa Lin Na's status was much higher than Lei Ji's. Moreover, Chu Tian wasn't so foolish as not to realize, if he and his wife's older brother were partners in smuggling, why wouldn't he tell his wife everything? Lei Ji had no other choice and continued, at that time, my family's guards immediately went down to rescue the magic beasts. Unexpectedly, they discovered Babak Tat, severely injured and on the verge of death, and conveniently rescued him onto the airship. Could it be that in return for being saved, Babak Tat signed a slave contract with you? Sa Lin Na interjected. However, what surprised Chu Tian was that when she said this, a very strange hint of joy flashed in Sa Lin Na's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Lei Ji gave a few dry laughs and replied, after all, my family are just merchants. This statement seemed to acknowledge Sa Lin Na's guess. Alright, then we'll choose him. With that, Sa Lin Na returned all the other dossiers to Lei Ji, keeping only Babak Tat's. Do you really want him? Seeing Sa Lin Na's firm gaze, Lei Ji suddenly turned to Chu Tian and asked. Then he suddenly embraced Chu Tian, saying mournfully, Boss, it's terrible. I've harmed you. If I hadn't suggested that beautiful woman to you, sister-in-law wouldn't have chosen this decrepit old man for you, would she? Sa Lin Na was already accustomed to Lei Ji's erratic behavior, so she looked at Chu Tian and softly asked, Fu La Di now, what do you think? That soft, melodious voice paralyzed and softened every bone and muscle in Chu Tian's body. This. The words of refusal were already on his tongue, but Chu Tian noticed Sa Lin Na using her body to block Lei Ji's view, subtly winking. So he changed his words, this, if she says so, then it's done. To Chu Tian's excellent flattery, Sa Lin Na merely smiled sweetly, then turned to Lei Ji and said, Can you call Babak Tat out now? We want to discuss the procedures immediately. Lei Ji looked at Chu Tian, sympathizing with his expression, which clearly showed he was being oppressed by Sa Lin Na and making a decision he didn't want. Then, he walked to the desk and picked up a very delicate communication stone. Looking at the communication stone in Lei Ji's hand, Chu Tian again felt amazed by the Panmosi family's wealth. This magic communication stone seemed equivalent to a phone on Earth, but it was much more valuable than a phone, because even with over 100,000 gold coins in hand, he couldn't buy one. However, it had an extremely special characteristic: it couldn't be eavesdropped on. This was because the magic imprints on communication stones had unique properties. Only a similar communication stone, designed as a pair, could receive the sound transmission. Anyone else could not eavesdrop. Of course, one had to be quite close to the stone on the other end to hear, just like Lei Ji was doing now. Ola. It's Lei Ji. Bring the slave named Babak Tat up to my office. Chu Tian watched Lei Ji with admiration, secretly calculating, once the profits from the contraband smuggling come in, I'll buy 4 communication stones. 1 for Sa Lin Na, 1 for myself, 1 for Xiao Bai, and 1 to play with. A moment later, Babak Tat was let in. His appearance was even more grim than in the magic picture, including a thick layer of death aura around him. Babak Tat. From now on, you will be Marquis Fu La Dinao's servant. Lei Ji pointed at Chu Tian. This is him. Marquis Fu La Dinao? Is it Marquis Fu La Dinao whose surname is Su and given name is Tian? Babak Tat's dull, slug-like eyes suddenly gleamed brightly, revealing immense greed. He looked at Chu Tian in disbelief, excitedly saying, "You are the disciple of Holy Light Priest Ndong Ni, the pride of continental priests, Chief Imperial Priest of Kaiser, Vice Principal of the Imperial Magic Academy, 8th Tier Grand Priest Mentor Marquis Fu La Dinao?" Chu Tian's head spun repeatedly. The string of descriptive terms from Babak Tat made Chu Tian feel like he was dreaming. He didn't realize at first how many titles he had accumulated. Chu Tian was smug, but his face was extremely serious, his eyes half closed, a faint smile on his lips, his right hand placed over his left chest, leaning slightly forward. Praise the life goddess. I am merely a priest who treats illnesses and saves lives. I dare not accept such praise from you. Haha, you should accept it, haha. Babak Tat's expression was like that of a little chipmunk who had found his long-lost idol. Praise the life goddess. I am overjoyed to become your servant. Haha, your boss's charisma is truly great. Indeed, someone is overjoyed to become your slave. Lei Ji burst into excited laughter. He had sold many people, but never had a slave like Babak Tat. Is there anyone else who becomes a slave and is happy? Chu Tian didn't believe it, as he noticed that when Lei Ji mentioned the word slave, a flash of sadness clearly flickered in Babak Tat's eyes. Sa Lin Na, standing beside him, gently pulled Chu Tian. We should go home. With that, she leaned in warmly, her lips lightly brushing Chu Tian's earlobe. Humph, humph. Seeing that another scene unsuitable for children was about to unfold, Lei Ji rolled his eyes and turned away. Babak Tat also knew how to be tactful, bowing his head to look at the ground. Chu Tian began to fantasize about Sa Lin Na's sweet kiss. Unexpectedly, when everyone was kindly looking away to give them privacy, Sa Lin Na quickly whispered in Chu Tian's ear, "Whatever it is, we'll talk at home. For now, quickly take your servant and leave this place." Chu Tian looked curiously at Sa Lin Na. Why was a usually composed princess so anxious, as if she had just gotten a good deal and needed to flee quickly? But Chu Tian chose to trust Sa Lin Na anyway, so he quickly completed the transaction with Lei Ji. Then the two, with Babak Tat, left the slave market. Finally, they arrived at Chu Tian's marquis residence. Without waiting to introduce the new butler to the other servants, Sa Lin Na dismissed all the servants, leaving only Chu Tian and Babak Tat. What exactly is going on? Chu Tian didn't understand why Sa Lin Na was acting so unusually today. I don't know why either, the princess smiled softly, hinting to Chu Tian not to rush. You should ask this gentleman here. With that, she pointed to Babak Tat, and casually asked, Can you speak now, 9th tier magic god Babak Tat? Chapter 23, Unlucky Magic God, Part 1, Magic God. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, chuckling as he glanced at Sa Lin Na. My dear, you call him a magic god? And the strongest mage on the continent, a 9th tier magic god? Praise the life goddess. Although Chu Tian looked at Sa Lin Na for confirmation, he completely believed the princess's words in his heart. Sa Lin Na would certainly not joke with him, and an 8th-tier archmage like her would not casually mistake an old man for a 9th-tier magic god. This also explained why Sa Lin Na urged them to leave Lei Ji's place immediately. Having tricked someone out of a magic god, why wait? Although Lei Ji temporarily didn't know Ba Bac Tat's identity, a long night can still lead to many dreams. 9th-tier magic god? Before Sa Lin Na could reply, Ba Bac Tat already gave a bitter laugh. That was a long, long time ago. That's right, I also don't sense any magical aura on him. Sa Lin Na's expression turned serious as she looked at Ba Bac Tat, explaining to Chu Tian, although those who reach tier 9 in their profession can conceal their aura, a complete magic god would certainly not willingly become a slave. Oh. So he's a magic god who lost all his magic power. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, shaking his head, then how can he possibly be a butler? Fu La Di now, why would I choose a useless butler for you? Sa Lin Na said sternly, although Ba Bac Tat no longer has his former strength, his knowledge remains intact. Furthermore, do you know what type of magic god Ba Bac Tat is? Seeing Sa Lin Na a bit annoyed, Chu Tian quickly asked, what type of magic god is he? Necromancer magic god. Ba Bac Tat couldn't help but exclaim, I am a dark element mage. Dark mage? Although he had heard Ndong and I mention it before, this profession was already extremely rare, so Chu Tian didn't fully understand. Seeing Chu Tian's apparent lack of understanding, Sa Lin Na slowly explained. Magic was broadly divided into two systems, light and dark. Light magic was very common, primarily divided into water, fire, wind, earth, lightning, and priestly. Dark mages mainly had three areas of study, including necromancy, curses, and poisons. Because the magic of dark mages was mostly cruel and terrifying, and the mages themselves had gloomy and ruthless personalities, they had been suppressed throughout history. However, their situation was much better than that of dark alchemists. Hundreds of years ago, when dark alchemists developed deadly diseases for magic beasts, causing widespread fear and panic, countries furiously hunted them down. After dark alchemists disappeared from the continent, the diseases they created still lingered in the world. At that time, dark mages had some understanding of these illnesses. Through their efforts, various diseases and epidemics on the continent were eradicated, and dark mages achieved their true right to exist. Although countries no longer attacked dark mages, if they did no harm, they were left alone. Necromancers were still widely discriminated against. The magical beast continent had once experienced a glorious age of magic, but after the rise of magic beasts, the status of mages was no longer what it once was. Because once the Supreme Tier 10 magic beasts appeared, Supreme Tier 9 mages had no way to contend with them. From then on, the strong began to focus all their efforts on acquiring high-tier magic beasts. In this situation, the number of mages gradually decreased, and dark mages fared even worse. Therefore, it could be said that a necromancer magic god like Ba Bac Tat was an extremely rare commodity. The difference in this type of magic was that its attack power was not limited to the magic domain. So a necromancer magic god still has some use? Chu Tian chuckled, narrowing his eyes further, then turned to Ba Bac Tat and asked, so what can you do for me, old man? Humph. Ba Bac Tat snorted a few times, proudly replying, with me by your side, no one on this continent can harm you with diseases or curses. With that, Ba Bac Tat let out a sinister laugh, if anyone makes Marquis displeased, they will learn what a dark disease feels like. Haha, good. Chu Tian jumped to his feet, took out the slave contract from his robes, and slowly tore it into pieces right in front of Ba Bac Tat. From now on, you are no longer my slave, but a lifelong magic consultant for this Marquis Fu La Di now. Chu Tian had secretly learned from Lei Ji a custom implicitly acknowledged on the continent, a slave who kills his master will be rejected by other races. If not for this, the Pan Mosi family would probably have long been living in a fantastical state of existential crisis. And if that were the case, Sa Lin Na would absolutely not have dared to bring this Ba Bac Tat back. Although constrained by such strict customs, Chu Tian still dared not risk keeping a dangerous, unfamiliar individual close by. If something were to happen, Chu Tian could not accept it. To employ someone, one must first win their heart. Therefore, Chu Tian tore up the contract, preparing to form a close bond with Ba Bac Tat. Indeed, Chu Tian's actions and his recent words brought a warm light to Ba Bac Tat's grim face. Having already understood Chu Tian's thinking to some extent, Sa Lin Na still smiled and warned Ba Bac Tat, "I believe Master Ba Bac Tat will certainly not harm Fu La Di now. Of course. I also need to make it clear to Madam, my fate is now inextricably linked with Marquis's fate." Ba Bac Tat bowed his head low, respectfully replying. Although Ba Bac Tat's reply was still hazy, like in a fog, Chu Tian was immensely intrigued by the address. "Madam, haha, Sa Lin Na and I are not married yet." Then his tone shifted slightly, "You just said our fates are linked, what does that mean?" "Ba Bac Tat's magic power can still be restored," Sa Lin Na subtly reminded Chu Tian. Before she could finish, Chu Tian understood, Ba Bac Tat wanted to restore his magic power, and by himself, he truly couldn't do it. Therefore, he needed to find someone who could help him. Who else but this learned and talented priest mentor? Thus, when Ba Bac Tat heard he would become his servant, he couldn't help but be so excited. After all, it was regrettable to say that Chu Tian was also not entirely innocent. When Luo D3 and Sa Lin Na asked why Chu Tian had no magical fluctuations, Chu Tian cunningly implied, "I once used Qi Yan's blood to cleanse everything, so it's very possible that my magical fluctuations were suppressed by Qi Yan's powerful aura." He even occasionally handed over all tasks to his old subordinate, Grand Priest Mentor Beigan, when someone sought his help. Therefore, now that Chu Tian wanted to understand Ba Bac Tat's intentions, he guided and urged him to seek Beigan's help. "Although I might be able to help you try to restore your magic power, I'm currently injured, so I'll introduce you instead." Before he could finish, Ba Bac Tat interrupted, "My matter is beyond your ability to resolve." "Huh? Are you doubting my abilities?" Ba Bac Tat's words just now struck a raw nerve for Chu Tian. He felt immensely dissatisfied with the old man's doubt. How dare he doubt Marquis Fu La Di now? Even Luo D3 had never considered such a thought. "No, I'm not doubting your abilities," Ba Bac Tat replied with a bitter smile. "If you want me to restore my magic power, on this continent, I'm afraid only your teacher has a glimmer of hope." The person Ba Bac Tat wanted to refer to was Ndong Anai, leaving Chu Tian speechless. He secretly thought, can Master Ndong Anai? At least there's a little hope. It seemed Ba Bac Tat's situation was beyond help. After using the forbidden spell, Ndong Anai was no longer the same as before. However, Chu Tian couldn't say that. What if Ba Bac Tat lost his only hope? Who knew what else he might do? "Alright then, if I have time, I'll take you to meet my teacher." Although Chu Tian said this, in reality, only the life goddess knew when he would have time. "Thank you, Your Excellency. From today onwards, I will diligently fulfill my role as a good old butler." Ba Bac Tat looked at Chu Tian and Sa Lin Na with gratitude, adding, "And, of course, a good magic consultant. I believe you can do it." Seeing Ba Bac Tat's once sinister face now sporting a few smiles, Chu Tian felt at ease and asked curiously, "Your problem, even my old master might not necessarily solve. And what exactly happened to your background?" Hearing Chu Tian's question, Ba Bac Tat replied with a bitter smile, "I was sealed by a Tier 10 magic beast." Chapter 24, Unlucky Magic God, Part 2, Tier 10 Magic Beast? Chu Tian and Sa Lin Na exclaimed in surprise. Tier 10 Magic Beast, these 4 words had only one meaning on the magical beast continent, invincible. Consider the Great Stone Fortress campaign years ago, where His Excellency Ndong Anai actually did only one thing on the battlefield, restored the combat power of the 9th tier magic beast Chu Tian, who was then on the verge of death. But that single act changed the entire course of the battle. Ndong Anai was truly great. But his greatness lay in saving Chu Tian, who then went on to decimate the Lacy Empire's army. On that battlefield, Ndong Anai manipulated Chu Tian's fate, and Chu Tian, relying on its strength, made the Lacy people afraid to approach Kaiser's border for 30 years. Chu Tian, with a small effort, brought great achievements to Ndong Ani and sent all of Emperor Tai Luan of Lacey's efforts to naught. However, Chu Tian was only a Tier 9 magic beast. Just Tier 9. Tier 10 magic beasts were like a distant legend to the vast majority of people on the continent, though this legend absolutely existed. The strength of experts on the continent could rival magic beasts, but the highest professional tier on the continent only reached Tier 9. Tier 10 was a perfectly round, full number that humanity could only dream of reaching. The difference in strength within professional tiers was actually very difficult to clearly demonstrate through dry numbers. Earlier, if Chu Tian hadn't saved Ka Na Si, the 4/8 tier golden behemoth would fundamentally not have been able to touch even a single hair on its leg. Furthermore, the people of Kaiser still didn't know that to injure Chu Tian, those 4 golden behemoths paid an incredibly heavy price that the beast race could not bear. The gap between Tier 9 and Tier 10 was only 1 tier, yet their strength was thousands of times apart, because Tier 10 magic beasts possessed a miraculous skill, domain. Chu Tian shook his head, sympathizing with Ba Bac Tat, praise the life goddess. There are no more than 5 Tier 10 magic beasts on the entire continent, and all of them live in extremely remote places. Yet you encountered one. It can be said that the gods have forsaken you. Ba Bac Tat looked at Chu Tian's saintly demeanor and couldn't help but sigh, correcting him, I encountered 2. With that, he added with a fortunate expression, fortunately, I encountered 2, otherwise, my little life would surely have vanished along with my magic power. 2? Sa Lin Na frowned and pondered for a moment, then suddenly chuckled and asked, so they were fighting each other? Although somewhat dissatisfied with Sa Lin Na's quick reaction, Chu Tian also understood the underlying reason. If there was only one solitary Tier 10 magic beast dealing with Ba Bac Tat, he would fundamentally not have been able to keep his life. Perhaps Ba Bac Tat was caught in the crossfire when 2 Tier 10 magic beasts fought. Ba Bac Tat's subsequent explanation confirmed their prediction. 8 years ago, Ba Bac Tat wandered between the Mud Mire Marsh and the Setting Sun Mountain Range, seeking the corpse of a high-tier magic beast to refine a necromantic magic familiar. The reason was that these 2 places were teeming with ferocious beasts and underwent sudden changes, so they often left behind many corpses of high-tier magic beasts. However, after many days of searching, Ba Bac Tat found nothing. This was also the time Chu Tian was transported to the magical beast continent. At that time, Ba Bac Tat suddenly discovered that all the magic beasts in the Setting Sun Mountain Range had completely vanished without a trace. The internal reason was that Ndong Ani had lost his strength and couldn't sense it, and Ka Na Si even less so. Only necromancer magic god Ba Bac Tat could surmise it. Sensing the dark aura of the old sun, and a powerful magical force swirling in the air, a devastating necromantic force made Ba Bac Tat immediately understand. Those magic beasts had actually fled in panic. The extremely strong disturbance of necromantic magic made Ba Bac Tat, then infatuated with dark magic, temporarily forget all danger. Following the direction from which the force emanated, Ba Bac Tat quickly discovered a hell-bone dragon nearly 100 meters long. Its strength was undoubtedly, it had reached Tier 10. According to legend, hell-bone dragons were born from restless souls imprisoned in hell, seeking to tear apart hell and return to the mortal realm to claim it. To achieve this, only magic beasts with Tier 10 power could do it. This discovery made the old necromancer Ba Bac Tat overjoyed and insane, completely immersed in the beautiful dream of becoming the continent's only 10th tier bone dragon mage. Much later, Ba Bac Tat finally reacted, why hadn't this hell-bone dragon noticed him? Although he held the highest professional rank on the continent, the strength of a 9th tier magic god absolutely could not deceive a 10th tier magic beast. Very quickly, Ba Bac Tat understood the answer. It was completely focused on the battle and fundamentally had no time to deal with this small magic god. For the first time in his life, doubting his own strength, Ba Bac Tat sighed mournfully, not even noticing that at some point, another 10th tier golden dragon king had appeared in the Setting Sun Mountain Range. Its immense and fierce power jolted Ba Bac Tat out of his self-reproach. Seeing the Eastern Golden Dragon King, which was very different from the Western one, Ba Bac Tat's mind went blank. He rarely encountered a Tier 9 magic beast on the continent, yet today he had encountered 2 Tier 10 dragons at once. The Golden Dragon King also paid no attention to Ba Bac Tat, murmuring and conversing with the Hell Bone Dragon. Although he didn't understand the garbled dragon language they spoke, Ba Bac Tat could easily see the intense hostility in their expressions. It was a deep-seated, bone-chilling hatred. It wasn't until the 2 dragons began to clash that Ba Bac Tat realized with horror that a battle between 2 Tier 10 magic beasts allowed no position for a mere magic god to observe. By then, it was too late for him to flee. Wind, fire, water, lightning. High-tier magic spells from various elements continuously erupted from the Golden Dragon King's roars. Almost no magical force was not unleashed to its extreme. The Hell Bone Dragon was not to be outdone. The sky was filled with bone spears and specters, swirling and engulfing the entire firmament. Ba Bac Tat used all the defensive magic and scrolls he carried, but sadly discovered, almost all the magic he deployed couldn't withstand a single blow. The 2 dragons fought higher and higher, gradually flying towards the Mud Mire Marsh. The necromancer was both infatuated and obsessed with the bone dragon. Ba Bac Tat, disregarding his injuries, quickly pursued. Being able to sense necromantic magic, and becoming the one to approach its ultimate form, made Ba Bac Tat oblivious to everything else. Upon reaching the Mud Mire Marsh, the dragon battle escalated, following the Golden Dragon King's roar. A Tier 9 fire forbidden spell, destroying heaven and earth, quickly descended, engulfing the entire area. A rain of fire fell from the sky, instantly transforming the lush marsh into a barren, yellow land. As the smell of burning wafted up, the entire vast open space seemed to sink down a level. In endless pain, Ba Bac Tat tore off his scorched clothes and burned skin, barely managing to stand up, covered in blood. Unexpectedly, he discovered that within the vast bone dragon's lair, which was hundreds of meters wide, the Hell Bone Dragon was completely unharmed. However, what Ba Bac Tat couldn't bear was that when the Golden Dragon King roared in anger once more, the Hell Bone Dragon also simultaneously let out a piercing shriek. Golden Domain, Purgatory Seal. The majestic human voice emanated clearly from the Golden Dragon King's mouth. The Hell Bone Dragon also performed a counterattack. As a dark cloud enveloped the Golden Dragon King's head, the Hell Bone Dragon disappeared into a shadowy abyss. That was the last scene Ba Bac Tat remembered. When I woke up, I suddenly found all my magic power gone. Ba Bac Tat said with a bitter bowed head, then I realized that the Golden Dragon King's seal was meant to counter the Bone Dragon's magic. So your magic power was incidentally sealed as well? Chu Tian, hearing Ba Bac Tat lament, patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, old man. Master Ndong and I will find a way. Although he said this, even Chu Tian didn't dare to believe his own words. Even when Ndong and I had his full magic power, he was only at the same tier as Ba Bac Tat. Chapter 25, The reason you just said, the Hell Bone Dragon was sealed into hell? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then asked. No, Your Excellency. It was purgatory. Ba Bac Tat shook his head, then explained, if it were just sealed into hell, the Hell Bone Dragon could easily return to the mortal realm. Only purgatory, which is even more mysterious than hell, can truly seal a Tier 10 magic beast. Chu Tian stared intently at Ba Bac Tat, quickly asking, so, does that mean a Tier 10 Golden Dragon King can make people travel through space? Yes, Your Excellency. Although he didn't understand why the Marquis was so interested in this question, Ba Bac Tat still seriously explained, the domain power of a true Tier 10 magic beast can indeed tear space. Their power's nature is already close to divine. While they cannot control space like a deity, sealing an opponent into another space is achievable. After speaking, Ba Bac Tat seemed to recall something and added, but one thing can be confirmed, if 2 Tier 10 magic beasts activate their domains simultaneously, it is very likely to lead to spatial chaos. Humph. Chu Tian suddenly let out a faint snort, which left Sa Lin Na and Ba Bac Tat very confused. Fu La Di now, what's wrong? Sa Lin Na asked. Nothing, I just find the power of Tier 10 magic beasts truly terrifying. Chu Tian calmly explained. Although Chu Tian's expression remained as still as autumn water, incredibly serene, a tumultuous storm was raging in his heart. 2 Tier 10 magic beasts could tear space. The location was precisely at the border between Setting Sun Mountain Range and Mud Mire Marsh, and the time coincided with Chu Tian's transmigration. These clues, when connected, told Chu Tian a truth. Damn it. Those 2 damned magic beasts brought me here. Once again meticulously recalling the entire transmigration process, Chu Tian finally confirmed that he had come here solely because the battle between 2 Tier 10 magic beasts tore space. Half a year ago, on a beautiful day on Earth, Chu Tian had just walked out of a veterinary hospital, complaining about how hard it was to find a job, and was returning to school. But fate seemed to be playing tricks on Chu Tian. The bright sky suddenly darkened, and the pleasant, gentle breeze instantly gave way to lightning and thunderclaps. People on the street rushed to take shelter in nearby buildings. Chu Tian also dashed into a place where he could take cover, but he was happier than those with nothing, because in his hand, Chu Tian had a traditional Chinese medicine textbook that he could use to shield himself from the rain. Speaking of this traditional Chinese medicine textbook, it was a satire for someone like Chu Tian who couldn't find a job. The greatest difficulty in finding a job in veterinary medicine forced Chu Tian to seek other ways to find work, not just relying on his own knowledge, using traditional Chinese medicine to treat animals. This was a trick Chu Tian devised to deceive employers. 2 days before his interview, Chu Tian borrowed the traditional Chinese medicine textbook from the library and spent the entire night memorizing acupuncture points and meridian knowledge. The next day, he went to the interview full of confidence. But Chu Tian's cleverness was useless. The panel of longtime scholars, upon hearing Chu Tian haphazardly apply traditional Chinese medicine theories to animals, became furious and scolded Chu Tian thoroughly. You are truly trampling on the traditional culture of China. Then, without listening to any explanation, they kicked Chu Tian out. Fortunately, this book was still useful. Although it couldn't fool the interviewers, it helped Chu Tian cope with the sudden rain. It was precisely when Chu Tian felt lucky to have a book to shield him from the rain that the sky suddenly turned dark gray, layers of black clouds rolled in, and a lightning bolt struck down from the sky, hitting Chu Tian. Following that, a gigantic black hole sucked Chu Tian in. When Chu Tian opened his eyes, he was already in the Setting Sun Mountain Range. The traditional Chinese medicine textbook had also completed its mission, falling apart, leaving only a few meridian diagrams, which Chu Tian casually tossed away when he got bored of looking at them. A month later, Chu Tian began a primitive life until he met Ka Na-si. Praise the life goddess, I'm truly unlucky. First, I couldn't find a job, then I was brought to this strange place by 2 Tier 10 magic beasts, Chu Tian secretly thought, then smiled bitterly. But then he thought of the beautiful and gentle Salin Na and the mischievous and adorable Xiao Bai, and looked at his magnificent mansion. Chu Tian smiled again. It's good here too, at least better than on Earth. Thinking this, Chu Tian chuckled at himself, muttering, heaven and earth are not benevolent, treating all beings as straw dogs, but humans still have to survive, don't they? Chu Tian's voice was very low, but it was enough for the other 2 to hear. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, treating all beings as straw dogs. Salin Na murmured this philosophical quote, then gently sighed, Fu la di now, you give me so many surprises. Ba Bak Tat also carefully pondered the meaning contained in this philosophy, but he misinterpreted it as Chu Tian encouraging him. He suddenly looked up, his pale, grim face slightly flushed with emotion, then movedly said to Chu Tian, Your Excellency. Even without magic power, I will strive to live on. This. Chu Tian bit his lip, suppressing a laugh. It seems that plagiarizing others' works truly has prospects. Ba Bak Tat became Chu Tian's butler and magic consultant. Although his skills as a magic consultant had yet to be demonstrated, Ba Bak Tat was indeed a good butler. The imperial assassins in Chu Tian's house, under Ba Bak Tat's guidance, became much more disciplined, and no more problems occurred. Of course, a part of the credit also went to Xiao Bai, if it hadn't, for Chu Tian's reputation, constantly followed and inspected the servants, and used its sharp teeth to assist Ba-Bac-Tat, his work would not have been so smooth. Although the servants were more disciplined, the mess they had left behind still had to be cleaned up by Chu Tian. Tay Catch Grand Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Panbei City, and also the largest hotel in Kaiser. At this moment, Chu Tian was sitting with Grand Magus official Damar in a room on the top floor. The reason was that Chu Tian wanted to apologize to Damar. His servants had beaten his superior to the point where he dared not meet anyone for half a month. A subordinate like Chu Tian naturally had to show some remorse. Haha, Grand Lord Damar, I am truly sorry for what happened last time. My servants didn't recognize you, and they even caused you. Chu Tian looked at Damar's still swollen, old face, bowing his head in apology. His encounter with Damar left Chu Tian bewildered. He had never seen such a simple and honest Grand Magus official as Damar. He came to investigate him wearing clothes even poorer than commoners. He truly didn't know where all his high salary and generous emoluments went. Haha, it's all right. It's all right. I'm fine now. Damar rubbed his face, looked at the lavish banquet table, swallowed, gurgled, then licked his upper lip. Fou la di now, a lavish banquet like this at Tay Catch Grand Hotel probably costs a lot, doesn't it? It wasn't surprising that Damar asked this question. Tay Catch Grand Hotel was named after its owner. Its headquarters were located in the mercantile Sakoti Kingdom. Although owner Tay Catch's financial power couldn't compare to the Panmosi family's, he was still a local magnate, as evidenced by Tay Catch hotels spread across the continent. And Tay Catch Hotel's business model catered exclusively to the wealthy. If you weren't an official or noble, you wouldn't be served. Being able to enter a Tay Catch Hotel had become a symbol of status, so naturally, the prices were anything but ordinary. It's not worth much, only 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins. Chu Tian said casually. But Damar was startled, swallowing again. 2,000 or 3,000? Damar's eyes widened, looking as if he had just heard a tale from 1,001 Nights. Asterisk, a classic line from the masterpiece Chu Tian. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, treating all beings as straw dogs. Heaven and earth are without human compassion, regarding all things as straw dogs. Straw dogs were worthless and discarded items. Chapter 26, Damar. Haha, you wouldn't think I can't afford it, would you? Chu Tian said, then pulled out a transparent crystal card from his spatial ring, waving it back and forth in front of Damar. Is this enough? Damar gasped, his eyes glued to the crystal card in Chu Tian's hand, nodding profusely. Enough, more than enough to buy the entire hotel. Initially, most of the money reserves on this continent used crystal cards, divided into 3 colors, purple, gold, and silver. Based on different colors, the minimum accumulation of gold coins also had 3 tiers, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands. At that time, the purple crystal card was the highest tier money storage card on the magical beast continent, requiring at least 10,000 gold coins to start using. Later, as the wealth of the continent's magnates grew, the purple crystal card with a minimum of 10,000 gold coins could no longer meet their needs. So, 30 years ago, the magnates of the continent, along with powerful nations and the Magic Guild, jointly introduced the colorless crystal card, with a minimum of 100,000 gold coins. The appearance of the colorless crystal card led to a wave of frantic searching for them, but 100,000 gold coins were not something everyone could afford. Moreover, obtaining a colorless crystal card was extremely difficult. Without certain power and wealth, there was no opportunity to acquire one. There were only about 20 such cards in the entire Kaiser Empire. Therefore, on this continent, possessing a colorless crystal card signified an extremely noble status. The reason Chu Tian possessed one of these cards was because his first smuggling trip had yielded enormous profits. After Ba-Bac-Tat resolved Chu Tian's servant issues, Chu Tian focused all his energy on making money. Although the patrol of Misty Lake continued normally without Chu Tian's direct coordination, Chu Tian always diligently fulfilled his responsibilities regarding his own profits. Thus, the priests of the Kaiser Empire, especially those responsible for inspecting dangerous goods, were given leave 3 times by Chu Tian within a single month. and those responsible for other departments were also given travel allowances by Chu Tian. The remaining personnel began to frantically attack other toxic substance smugglers, except for Pan Mosi. In this way, the Pan Mosi family's merchant caravans, which previously had to hide and operate secretly, now boldly appeared in Pan Bay City, transporting their disguised goods to various parts of the continent. Other smugglers, due to Chu Tian's suppressive attacks, handed over their profits to Pan Mosi, allowing the Pan Mosi family to almost completely monopolize the toxic substance trade in Kaiser. Under Chu Tian's strong support, the annual capital, which used to yield several million in profits, instantly soared to over 10 million gold coins. This made Lei Ji smile gleefully all day, and Duke Bo Lunda genuinely regarded Chu Tian as an excellent business partner, not just a temporary investment. Therefore, the profit from this first trip, 100,000 gold coins, along with the colorless crystal card, quickly came into Chu Tian's hands. And another unexpected good thing came to Chu Tian. The head of a drug smuggling ring was handed over by Chu Tian to the imperial law minister, then paraded through the streets. This instantly elevated Marquis Fu La Dinao's reputation among the Kaiser populace to its peak. As for Luo D3, he valued Chu Tian even more, because Chu Tian brought generous profits to his other shareholders. Smiling, Chu Tian put the colorless crystal card back into his spatial ring. He raised a glass of premium Phuc 2 DAC wine and toasted Damar, Grand Lord, with your magnanimous heart, you surely won't be angry with my servants. Please accept this drink as my apology. With that, Chu Tian drained his glass in one go. Cough cough. Chu Tian wasn't a good drinker, he immediately choked and coughed. He looked up at Damar, who was staring intently at the glass. Grand Lord, why aren't you drinking? Are you perhaps unwilling to forgive me? No. No. Damar quickly waved his hands repeatedly, swallowing hard, his face red. I just haven't had such good wine in a long time, I'm a bit reluctant to drink it. What? With your salary, Grand Lord, you can't even afford this kind of wine? Chu Tian stepped closer, placed a hand on Damar's shoulder, and joked, you don't just spend money on women, do you? Haha. Absolutely not. Damar suddenly became agitated, veins bulging on his head, breathing heavily, looking very angry. Seeing Damar's expression, Chu Tian was about to explain, but unexpectedly, Damar suddenly lowered his head, his face flushed red, and quietly said, I haven't married yet. Chu Tian was drinking tea to clear his head, but upon hearing Damar's words, he spat it all out. Not married yet. The Grand Magus official, one of the 5 Grand Ministers of the Empire, had never married. This news was truly difficult for Chu Tian to accept. Praise the life goddess. With Grand Lord's power and wealth, is it possible you can't find a wife? Chu Tian looked Damar up and down, asking in surprise. It's not that I couldn't find one, but she's too far away. Chu Tian realized, so he also had a beloved, but she wasn't by his side, and Damar hadn't married because of this distant secret love. Heh heh. Who exactly is it that makes you, old brother, yearn day and night, still unmarried in your tens of years? Chu Tian asked eagerly. Looking at Damar's graying hair and distracted face, Chu Tian secretly thought, this old fatty is truly infatuated. No. No one, I was just talking nonsense. Damar's face grew even redder. He clenched his hands together, bowing his head, stammering explanations. Seeing that Damar wouldn't tell the truth, Chu Tian chuckled and asked indirectly, why didn't you marry her back then when you had money? Chu Tian's question left him momentarily speechless. In his embarrassed state, Damar blurted out the truth, I was poor when I was young, and her family was a high-ranking noble in the Ersin kingdom. Ah? No. After rambling, the pitiful Damar finally realized he had said too much. His face flushed even deeper red, he shook his head repeatedly, explaining, It's not like that, I mean. Seeing Chu Tian smiling at him, Damar couldn't defend himself. He pulled Chu Tian's sleeve, leaned close to his ear, a warm breath touching his face as he whispered, you absolutely must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, I'll die of embarrassment. Ha 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 ha. Chu Tian couldn't help but burst out laughing. So it was Damar's youthful story. Now, his dream lover was probably an old lady herself. This Grand Magus official was truly unique. Other nobles had many wives and concubines, openly frequenting pleasure quarters, yet Damar was so ashamed over an old lady. Seeing Damar glaring at him in annoyance, Chu Tian suppressed his laughter and said, "Then why didn't you go find her when you had money?" "Ai. When did I ever have money?" Damar complained vaguely. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled Chu Tian's sleeve, his eyes not daring to meet Chu Tian's, and weakly said, "You have so much money, can you lend me some?" Strange, where did all of Damar's money go? Chu Tian was full of doubts. Based on Luo D3's rewards and his status, in the past 10 years, Damar should have accumulated at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Why was he still so poor? No need for much, 10,000 gold coins is enough. Seeing Chu Tian still deep in thought, Damar, thinking it was too much money, quickly revised, "Is 10,000 too much? Then 5,000, can 5,000 gold coins do?" Haha, 5,000 is too little. How about 50,000? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled, immediately generously pulling out half of his money bag. For the current Marquis Fu La Di now, 50,000 gold coins was nothing. Would someone with an annual income of over 10 million gold coins care about this small amount? Moreover, he would be the creditor of the Grand Magus official. Heh, this sounds interesting. Humph. I didn't expect Marquis Fu La Di now to also spend money in such high-class places. Just as Damar was stunned by Chu Tian's money, a provocative voice rang out. Chapter 27, Duel, Part 1. I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be young Master in Descent. Chu Tian glanced at him, then spoke in a strange tone. The newcomer was in Descent, right Prime Minister and Dower's only son, an old acquaintance of Chu Tian. Ever since Chu Tian pursued Sa Lin Na, and Descent and his group of young nobles had constantly sought to cause trouble for him. When Chu Tian finally won the beauty, the conflict between him and Descent had reached its peak. If it weren't for Chu Tian's current status and position, which were no less than in Dower's, young Master Su would probably have been left for dead on the streets long ago. But even so, Descent still found opportunities to provoke Chu Tian. Just like today, when he entered Tai Catch Grand Hotel and heard that Chu Tian was also there, he was provoked and came looking for trouble. TSK, such a banquet table, it must cost a lot, right? I wonder if Marquis can afford to pay. Descent lifted his chin disdainfully, looking at Chu Tian, feigning emotion. I don't think Marquis can afford it. How about this, I'll reluctantly lend you some. With that, Descent slowly pulled out a purple crystal card from his chest and dangled it in front of Chu Tian, boasting, I didn't bring much money out today, but this should be enough for you to eat many meals, right? Humph, relying on the few tens of thousands of gold coins His Majesty rewarded you with, you want to contend with this young master? How could Sa Lin Na marry a poor wretch like you? Haha, you don't need to worry about the payment for me, I have enough money for that. With that, Chu Tian chuckled and took out the colorless crystal card from his spatial ring, idly fiddling with it as if it were a worthless toy. Oh, Grand Lord Damar is here too. Descent's face paled as he looked towards Damar and nodded in greeting. Seeing the colorless crystal card, Descent knew he no longer had a chance to surpass Chu Tian in terms of wealth. However, he was still intelligent and immediately used Damar to change the subject. Descent had never taken a famous honest Grand Magus official like Damar seriously. Humph. So you finally see me. Damar was honest and upright, but that absolutely didn't mean he was weak. If you have time, greet your father for me and tell him to teach you some proper noble etiquette. Damar had no good impression of arrogant bullies like Descent. Moreover, he dared to provoke a kind person like Marquis Fu La Di now, who lent him 50,000 coins without even asking why. How could such a person be provoked by an arrogant bully? Haha, seeing Damar's attitude, Chu Tian secretly thought, should I lend him some more money? You. Anderson growled in anger, then said nothing more. Damar looked at him with a cold and stern expression. Such an overwhelming aura and powerful presence were definitely not something an ordinary young master like Anderson could withstand. What's wrong? Unhappy? Do you want to duel me, perhaps? Damar's eyes flashed with a chilling gleam, and he said coldly. Then he straightened up, glanced at Anderson, and a scorching fire element magic fluctuation spread out. No, I didn't mean that. Seeing Damar angry, Anderson became much more honest. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't foolish. How could he, a 4th-tier bronze knight, challenge an 8th-tier grand archmage to a duel? That would simply be seeking death. However, Anderson flashed a sinister smile. Damar's words reminded him of something his father had casually mentioned. Marquis Fu La Di now seemed to have no magical fluctuations. Thinking this, Anderson turned to Chu Tian, but I want to duel Marquis Fu La Di now. The fact that Chu Tian had no magical fluctuations was known only to the Empire's high-ranking officials. However, they temporarily believed his excuse that Qi Yan's blood concealed his magical fluctuations. But when Chu Tian treated the warhorses, the sight of his overwhelming magical power was still vivid in everyone's minds. Luo D3 and Sa Lin Na had never truly tested Chu Tian, but some still doubted him, and Endower was one of them. Duel? Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, gently tapping the table with one hand, and calmly raised a glass of Fuke 2 DAC, slowly drinking it. Then he smiled and asked, "You want to duel an 8th-tier Grand Priest mentor like me?" With that, Chu Tian stood up again, looking down at Anderson, who was half a head shorter than him. "Are you sure you want to duel a Grand Priest mentor who understands offensive magic?" Chu Tian's calm yet threatening attitude achieved the desired result. Anderson had begun to hesitate. After all, the rumor that Marquis Fu La Di now had no magic fluctuations was just a rumor. For a 4th-tier knight like him to challenge an 8th-tier mentor seemed a bit unrealistic. Haha, I finally tricked this guy, Chu Tian secretly thought, smugly smiling. Although I have no real power, putting on the act of the continent's strongest is not difficult for me. Damar laughed loudly. Haha, this is the funniest story I've heard today. Their voices were very loud, and soon, the surrounding hall also erupted in mocking laughter. Young master. Following an old voice, Endower's butler, Deke, also approached, respectfully saying to Anderson, "Young master, we should go now, your friends are waiting." After speaking, he bowed to Chu Tian, smiling, "Marquis, my young master was just joking with you, please don't mind it." How could he possibly be your opponent? No. I wasn't joking. Deke's well-intentioned advice only agitated Senator. He quickly drew the long sword from his waist, forcefully thrust it into the floor, and said sternly, "I, Anderson, 4th-tier bronze knight, officially challenge Marquis Fu La Di now, Grand Priest mentor, to a duel." His defiant voice immediately spread throughout the tavern. Everyone began to buzz, bustling and converging on Chu Tian's room. Kaiser was a nation built on martial prowess. Duels between strong individuals were what the people of Kaiser enjoyed most. Chu Tian smiled happily, secretly touching the magic ring on his left pinky finger. "All right, I accept the duel." Then he narrowed his eyes contemptuously and said coldly, "To be fair, I will not use high-tier priestly offensive magic against a mere bronze knight like you." As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, everyone around immediately gasped. An 8th-tier Grand Priest mentor dueling a 4th-tier bronze knight was already unfair. Because a 7th-tier Grand Priest mentor or above could use offensive magic, and its power was no less than mages of the same tier. Using 7th-tier magic or above against a knight who could at most unleash 4th-tier battle chi like Anderson, the answer to this question was not difficult at all. But now Chu Tian was discarding offensive magic. Did this mentor have some other form of attack magic? It should be known that a priest without offensive magic could be a good healer, but definitely not a good warrior. Could Marquis Fu La Di now, like a necromancer, also know curses and poisons? Impossible. The people around immediately dismissed that thought. The disciple of the Holy Light Priest, the pride of continental priests, Marquis Fu La Di now, how could he do such despicable things? Everyone discussed animatedly, but Anderson heard nothing. He was enraged by Chu Tian's arrogant words, glaring sinisterly at Chu Tian. Anderson sneered, "You want to die? I will grant your wish." Chapter 28, Duel, Part 2, Panbei City, Kaiser Arena. On the 100-meter-wide square arena, Anderson stared intently at Chu Tian, but Chu Tian's demeanor was calm as if nothing was happening, his face even showing a hint of indifference. If the treasures at the bottom of Ndong Ni's chest couldn't deal with a mere bronze knight, then it would become the funniest joke in Kaiser this year. Seeing Marquis Fu La Dinao's composed appearance, the audience below cheered thunderously. In an instant, the sound seemed to want to tear through the arena's roof. The people of Kaiser valued martial arts most, whether noble or commoner. Coming to the arena to watch strong individuals duel was their greatest enjoyment. Furthermore, the two dueling today were a legendary figure of the empire, Marquis Fu La Dinao, and Anderson, the only son of the right prime minister. All thousands of seats in the arena were instantly packed with spectators. The cheers of the audience rose ceaselessly, and Chu Tian smiled smugly. If he could defeat Anderson today in front of so many people, then Anderson would probably never seek him out again to bring shame upon himself. Moreover, he could add the title warrior to his priestly title. Touching his magic ring again, Chu Tian felt at ease. "Grand Lord Damar, may we begin?" The identities of the two dueling today were both extraordinary. Ordinary referees were not qualified to preside. Therefore, Chu Tian temporarily made this Grand Magus official his referee. We can begin," Damar said sternly, then, according to the arena rules, went to each side in turn to read out the duel rules. The duel rules on this continent were very complex, but with the quick and brave nature of the Kaiser people, those heavy rules could be summarized in one sentence: as long as there is no loss of life, anything can be used. In truth, the no loss of life clause was added specifically due to the special identities of the two parties today. Be extremely careful. Anderson's strength is limited, but it said his magic familiar is very difficult to deal with. Damar, after telling Chu Tian the duel rules, quietly reminded him, then immediately turned around, anxiously looking at Anderson. No objection. Phew, Damar felt relieved. A referee in a duel advising one side to be careful was truly awkward for an honest person like this Grand Magus official. But who told Fu La Dinao to be his creditor? Magic Beast? Chu Tian frowned, realizing he seemed to have overlooked a very important matter. Ndong Ni once said that the strength of experts on the continent, besides their own magic and battle chi, also relied heavily on magic beasts. With Ndauer's resources, training a high-tier familiar for his son was probably not difficult. Thinking this, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, secretly calculated with the items in his spatial ring, then smiled. Although what his master gave him were mostly low-tier magic items, among them was a 9th-tier defensive book, written with Qian's blood. Relying on that, how many people on this continent could harm him? "All right, we can begin," Chu Tian said confidently. Then he activated his spatial ring. Subsequently, a blazing blood-red long saber appeared in Chu Tian's hand. "Rage of Dracula." Anderson's face showed fear as he cried out, "That's not fair." The Rage of Dracula was legendary, said to be the weapon used by the 10th-tier magic beast Dracula when it fed on vampire bats. After many years in Dracula's hand, it was imbued with Dracula's power, capable of draining life force. If struck, the victim's life force would be absorbed into the saber, increasing its power. Afterward, for unknown reasons, the saber was constantly wreathed in flames, which would endlessly burn enemies but also attack its wielder. This caused Dracula, who understood dark magic but feared light magic, to discard the saber in a fit of rage. But this caused the flames, which Dracula hated, to change the saber's properties. Absorbing life force no longer increased the blade's sharpness but enhanced the fire's power. It was said that when the Rage of Dracula absorbed enough life force, it could unleash 9th-tier fire magic, or even forbidden spells. The Rage of Dracula was accidentally acquired by Ndong Ni, but its flames, equivalent to 6th tier, made it impossible for the holy priest to control. He eventually gave it to someone fire-resistant like Chu Tian, but one thing to remember when using it was to create a fire element defensive layer on one's clothes, otherwise. This is very fair. I said from the beginning that this Marquis, would not use magic attacks, but I didn't say I wouldn't use magic weapons. Chu Tian replied coldly. That's right. Marquis Fuladi now is not violating the rules. Damar also chimed in to support him. The people in the stands held their breath in silence, watching intently. And Descend's hands gripped his sword tightly, trembling with anger, but his cowardly reputation wouldn't allow him to retreat. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Chu Tian. All right, begin. With that, Descend shouted, a thick green battle chi enveloping his body as he slashed his sword and charged straight towards Chu Tian. Not bad strength. Chu Tian secretly evaluated in his heart. Although Descend was still static, this brilliant battle chi proved he was almost at the threshold of a 5th-tier silver knight. To achieve this at his age was truly rare. However, his battle chi was strong, but his speed was too slow. Thinking this, Chu Tian didn't hesitate. He raised the Rage of Dracula with his right hand, making 2 powerful slashes. 2 walls of fire suddenly appeared on either side of Descend, forcing him to move in a straight line between them. Simultaneously, Chu Tian's left hand also rapidly rose. Descend's speed slowed down. This was a slowing scroll. His longsword dropped. This was a gravity scroll. His footsteps became chaotic. This was an illusion scroll. Scroll after scroll was unleashed by Chu Tian, forming a beautiful arc. Finally, they all descended upon Descend. Eventually, by the 11th scroll, Descend finally collapsed. Seeing Descend fall, writhing and struggling, Chu Tian gave a faint smile, raised the Rage of Dracula, and approached Descend. Brave knight Descend, has victory and defeat been decided now? Chu Tian put on a saintly expression, saying sternly, praise the life goddess. Losing to an 8th-tier Grand Priest mentor is no disgrace to you. With that, Chu Tian placed the long saber in front of Descend's head, the heat from the flame emitting gentle crackling sounds. Anger and the effects of magic prevented Descend from speaking, but the long sword in his hand still stubbornly lifted, indicating he would not concede. At this moment, Damar stepped forward, carefully examined Descend, then feigned a humane tone, Knight Descend, if you have no objections, I will declare you the loser of this duel. Then, seeing Descend's enraged, wide-eyed but speechless face, he added, if you don't speak, I will. Assume you agree. Praise the life goddess. Chu Tian secretly chuckled in his stomach. Money truly was a good thing. 50,000 coins could make an honest person like Damar do such shameless things. It seems I really need to lend him more money. Descend was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead, glaring fixedly at Chu Tian. Suddenly, he bit his tongue, a wave of excruciating pain shooting to his brain. In the clarity brought by the pain, Descend roared, Bandis. Bandis? Chu Tian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Descend was calling his magic familiar. Haha. With my preparations, what use are magic beasts below tier 6? Following Descend's call, a huge black hole appeared before Chu Tian, black smoke billowing into the air, and a female spider over 5 meters tall crawled out. Bandis? Is that the 7th-tier magic beast Bandis? Damar suddenly changed color, quickly shouting at Chu Tian, forget the rules, quickly use magic attacks. Use magic attacks? Chu Tian smiled bitterly inwardly, can my fake 8th-tier Grand Priest mentor title be effective now? But reality didn't give Chu Tian a chance to complain. From Bandis's mouth, a silver thread shot out, tightly wrapping around Chu Tian, then lifting him into the air. Chapter 29, This is a true expert, praise the life goddess. The silk of this damned spider is too strong. From Chu Tian's waist down, he was completely bound by spider silk. Seen from afar, he resembled a large cocoon with his head and arms sticking out. Fortunately, his arms could still move. In this dangerous moment, Chu Tian struggled to wield the Rage of Dracula, thrusting it towards the spider silk on his body. In an instant, the magical flames incinerated a portion of the spider silk, but unfortunately, it couldn't completely burn through this thick mass of spider silk. The flames on the Rage of Dracula are only Tier 6 flames. Bandis is a Tier 7 magic beast. Seeing Chu Tian's actions, Damar shouted from afar, quickly use Tier 7 or higher magic attacks. As Damar said, the Rage of Dracula, due to prolonged lack of absorbed life force, had lost its terrifying power of old. Currently, its flames could only burn spells of Tier 6 or below, but Bandis's silk was a Tier 7 physical attack. Using Tier 6 against Tier 7? Only the Life Goddess could help Chu Tian. But when the initial shock passed, Chu Tian calmed down. On one hand, he continued to test the power of the spider silk with the Rage of Dracula. On the other hand, he secretly thought, I must trick and capture some high-tier magic beasts. Praise the Life Goddess. The glory of the dual rules must not be violated. Chu Tian disregarded Damar's advice and shouted loudly. Although I don't know how to use offensive magic, this young master must find a respectable reason not to use it. After all, I still have a Tier 9 defensive scroll, this Tier 7 magic beast still can't take my life. Chu Tian's excuse worked. Damar's advice, though unheeded, was followed by his observation of Chu Tian struggling in danger. He clenched his fists and muttered to himself, this is a true warrior. As for the spectators, they cheered like thunder, warrior. Warrior. The people of the Kaiser Empire were raised from childhood with a brave spirit, unafraid of danger. When Chu Tian, facing life and death, could still calmly adhere to the rules, this act of Marquis Fu La Di now earned him the respect of the vast majority of the public. Bandis. Kill him. And Desen, sprawled on the floor, heard the public's cheers and erupted in anger. Resisting the effects of the magic, he ordered his magic beast. Recall the order. Damar, hearing in Desen's command, quickly shouted, dual rules do not permit killing opponents. Do you have no honor as a knight? Damar spoke too late. Bandis heard her master's order, her expression suddenly hardened, then she opened her mouth and sprayed a flurry of long silver threads. The power was many times greater than the first time. In a flash, it completely enveloped Chu Tian. Even the Rage of Dracula was tightly bound. Chu Tian was sealed within the thick spider silk. Cough cough, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed Chu Tian, making him dizzy. When he regained consciousness, he discovered something terrifying, he couldn't move. At this moment, Chu Tian was truly worried. If this continued, he might actually die at the hands of Bandis. Thinking of this, Chu Tian quickly called out to his spatial ring, which was connected to him. He wanted to unleash the Tier 9 defensive magic scroll. But just as Chu Tian called, the situation changed. It turned out that Damar could no longer endure it. Desen intended to kill, violating the dual rules. This was the greatest insult to a referee like Damarch. Furthermore, Marquis Fu La Di now, in danger, was his creditor. Humph. If you have broken the rules, then don't blame me for taking action. As he spoke, Damar's demeanor became unusually stern. His silver hair fluttered wildly, and the red magic robe on his body swelled. In a brief moment, a transparent, sparkling red magic staff appeared in the Archmage's hand. Wielding it fiercely towards Bandis, Damar chanted, "Meteor shower." Just as Damar swung his staff, a mysterious dark red cloud appeared in the sky. Before everyone could fully notice it, a barrage of fiery meteors rained down onto the arena. The meteor shower, covering the sky, descended from the red cloud seemingly randomly. But as they approached Bandis, the meteors automatically compressed, forming a long, slender fiery spear that violently stabbed Bandis. His Bandis let out a mournful cry. The power of the fiery spear not only incinerated the spider silk attacking Chu Tian, but Bandis also suffered burnt and torn skin, and her beautiful face had numerous scorched black marks. A series of actions by Damar demonstrated his astonishing power. Even the most common 8th tier spell, Meteor Shower, under Damar's hand, had its power increased 100-fold. The power unleashed was so immense that a Tier 7 magic beast like Bandis had no way to resist. Grand Archmage Master. I only followed my master's orders. Bandis suddenly spoke in a sweet voice, then opened her mouth and sucked back the threads wrapped around Chu Tian. Now I renounce my master's orders, can you spare me? According to dual rules, your life is decided by Marquis Fu La Di now. Damar coldly uttered a dry sentence, his magic robe and hair returning to normal. Then Damar turned to Chu Tian amidst the cheers of the populace, the rest is up to you. Hearing Bandis's words, Chu Tian, who had just escaped danger, was startled, but immediately understood that a Tier 7 magic beast could speak. Seeing Damar's imposing presence, Chu Tian clicked his tongue in admiration. At this moment, he no longer had any semblance of a kind and honest Grand Magus official, did he? Praise the life goddess. If you were merely following orders, then I will not pursue it further. Chu Tian waved his hand. Then Bandis, covered in injuries, crawled back into the black hole she emerged from. Humph humph. Chu Tian chuckled maliciously, saying to Damar, now, isn't this sent for me to deal with? After receiving a satisfactory answer, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes, smiled wickedly, and slowly walked towards the senator. Never having seen this side of Chu Tian, Damar looked at him, feeling an involuntary chill down his spine, then muttered to himself, from now on, I must never offend Marquis Fu La Di now. Damar couldn't be blamed, for Chu Tian still had the charming title of Veterinarian Butcher. How could this be? With Bandis gone, and Sen was stunned. Seeing Chu Tian approaching with the rage of Dracula, he quickly said, no. Don't kill me, my father is the right Prime Minister. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Although his tone was calm, Chu Tian's heart was now blazing with fury. No one had ever pushed Chu Tian to such a life-or-death situation before. Under the threat of death, Chu Tian's butcher-like nature was fully unleashed. However, I just want to leave a few marks on you. Although Chu Tian's face still held a smile, Sen absolutely did not believe these were just a few marks. Sen didn't believe it, and Chu Tian couldn't be trusted. Gently raising the rage of Dracula, Chu Tian slowly lowered the saber towards Sen's body. Stop. Following the urgent voice, a 5-colored sword chi shot towards Chu Tian. Chapter 30, Mysterious Deek. Just like the priestly profession, swordsmen were also divided into 9 tiers, from the lowest tier sword apprentice to the 9th tier sword god. And when a swordsman reached the 3rd tier black iron rank, his battle chi could already be released outside his body. Based on different tiers, the color of a swordsman's battle chi also varied. If there were no special reasons, the color of a knight's battle chi would be the same as a swordsman of the same tier. The green aura around Sen proved he was a 4th tier bronze knight, but the 5-colored sword chi that just attacked Chu Tian clearly indicated its owner was an 8th tier sword saint. Sword saint? Damar exclaimed in surprise, then quickly wielded his magic staff and shouted, Meteor Shower. It was still the meteor shower that had attacked Bandis earlier, but this time its power was much greater. Within the light blue flames, countless meteors were compressed, then converged into a slender fiery spear, much smaller than before. Sword and spear clashed in midair. The 5-colored attack aimed at Chu Tian, just as it was about to strike him, was blocked by the azure flames. Then, the fiery spear and sword chi intertwined, both grazing past Chu Tian's ear and soaring up into the arena. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Damar's magic and the sword saint's battle chi finally separated, exploding. In a flash, they rained down like New Year's Eve fireworks. Praise the life goddess. Feeling the burning sensation on his face, taking a light breath, Chu Tian was clutching the 9th tier defensive scroll in his hand, secretly sighing, that was truly dangerous. The moment the sword chi erupted, Chu Tian sensed the imminent danger and immediately activated the defensive scroll, which was written with Qi Yan's blood, in his hand. But sensing it was one thing, reacting in time was another. The 8th tier sword saint's speed was beyond Chu Tian's imagination. Before he could even throw the scroll, the sword chi was already in front of him. In this situation, only an 8th tier Grand Magus like Damar could have reacted in time. Chu Tian's heart was still pounding. Damar was already furious. Who interfered with the duel? Following his sharp cry, Damar's magic robe puffed up again, his hair fluttered wildly. The dark red flames around him crackled, and the air in the arena became chaotic due to Damar's rage. According to Kaiser's customs, duels were sacred rituals. Aside from the referee, even the emperor had no right to interrupt a duel. But today, first Indison broke the rules, and then a sword saint attacked a duelist. These two acts were the greatest insult to a referee upholding the rules. If the referee showed no reaction, he would probably forever bear the title of incompetent. So, at this moment, Damar was utterly furious. The dignity of a Grand Magus must be cleansed with the blood of his enemies. Who exactly? Damar asked again. Then the flames around him flared up even more fiercely, waves of blazing fire spreading in all directions. Haha, esteemed Grand Magus official. Following the voice, a thin figure lightly stepped onto the arena. Deke? It was Deke from Beiqi's military camp, the one who supposedly had no battle chi. Seeing the old butler's movements, Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. He never expected this old man to deceive everyone. It turned out he was an 8th-tier sword saint. No wonder Beiqi and the Imperial Guards hadn't detected his true strength. So, was he the assassin who attacked me last time? Deke grabbed Indisen, brought him to safety, then returned to the arena. Grand Lord Damar, please forgive my disrespect. Haha, very well. Damar laughed furiously, ignoring Deke's apology, and said, It's been a long time since I've met such a worthy opponent. With that, Damar raised both hands, then quickly spread them apart. A dark green flame enveloped Damarch. With his movements, in a battle between an archmage and a sword saint, if the archmage wanted to win, the most important thing was to protect the weakest parts of his body. Seeing Damar's defensive shield, Deke's eyes lit up, but then immediately dimmed. As a sword saint, battling equally matched experts was the best way to improve his own strength. But now Deke was in a dilemma. If not to save his young master, he would never have revealed his identity, which he had hidden for 30 years. This time, he feared it would affect his master's plans. If he were to fight Damar to a clear victory or defeat, his master would definitely never forgive him. While Deke was still hesitant, Damar gave him no more time to think. He raised his magic staff, and the Grand Archmage shouted, "Lightning fire blaze!" Instantly, the flames around Damar converged and shot towards him. Simultaneously, countless purple light rays shot out from the flames. Electricity and fire intertwined. The air in the arena and the flames were all sucked into Damar's staff. Then, a stream of purple-green fire mixed with electric light continuously shot towards Deke. Could an 8th-tier Grand Magus use electricity as an auxiliary attack? Deke's eyes gleamed with excitement. The powerful opponent and the danger made him temporarily forget reality. His entire mind focused on battling the expert. A long black sword had appeared in Deke's hand at some point. Facing Damar's fire column, Deke leaped into the air, simultaneously swinging his sword to create a peculiar arc. From the arc, numerous soft, 5-colored sword chi streams erupted. These soft sword chi streams wrapped around Damar's fire column, then spiraled along the fire column, shooting straight towards Damarch. Truly worthy of a sword saint. Seeing Deke easily evade his magic and immediately counterattack, Damar praised his opponent, but his hands moved ceaselessly. Following Damar's hand gestures, the fire column in midair, just as it was about to touch the ground, suddenly vibrated. Then, from one large fire column, it transformed into countless small fire streams. The sword chi wrapped around the fire column was instantly shattered. The sword chi was gone, but the fire streams continuously changed direction, aiming directly at Deke. The overwhelming fire streams instantly surrounded Deke. To injure me, that's not enough. Deke roared loudly while suspended in midair. He brandished his long sword, and a burst of sword chi erupted, like thousands of sharp swords shooting from Deke. The large spherical sword chi flew into the air, momentarily suppressing the fire streams to the ground. Marquifu Ladino. Quickly leave the arena. Just as Chu Tian was engrossed in the battle, a citizen who revered Chu Tian reminded him. The aftershocks from the battle between two 8th-tier experts still possessed immense power. Flames rained down, struck down by Deke. Chu Tian looked around at the spectators' seats. Indeed, everyone had fled the arena to avoid injury. Praise the life goddess. Running to a safe distance, Chu Tian casually caught a falling fire stream, examined it for a moment, then reluctantly threw it down. When will I be able to do that? It seems besides my fire resistance and the magic items my master gave me, I have nothing else. While lamenting his fate, Chu Tian suddenly narrowed his eyes and smiled, a wicked smile appearing. He shouted, Damar, stop fighting. Chapter 31, Transaction, Part 1. Although Chu Tian wanted to stop the two fighting in the arena, Damar and Deke were truly too enraged. Very good, after another failed attack. Damar, seeing Chu Tian had left the arena, felt relieved and said seriously, no need to waste any more time. Accept my final move. With that, Damar's face suddenly flushed red. In an instant, his entire body became as red as fire, and purple-green veins began to appear. Raising his staff high with both hands, a strong wind arose, and the sky gradually darkened. The strong wind made Damar's face seem even more fierce, blazing volcano. Along with Damar's furious roar came the intense tremor of the arena. Following that, numerous cracks appeared. The ground gradually split apart, and a stream of hot lava erupted. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed. The dazzling lava suddenly emitted a blue light, and the 100-meter radius of the arena floor became a sea of fire. Celestial Star Sword Chi. Deke noticed the change and knew that Damar had unleashed his full power, so he no longer held back. The already gloomy sky, now covered by Deke's sword Chi, became completely black. In the sky, the light of countless stars flickered. Following the command of the long sword in Deke's hand, like a meteor shower, countless stars plunged straight towards Damar. Simultaneously with the meteor shower, the lava in the arena also surged upwards, colliding fiercely with the cluster of stars, creating a scene of a volcano gradually emerging from the ground. At this moment, all the people in Panbei City had the opportunity to witness a brilliant fire burning beneath a dark sky. From a distance, Chu Tian gently shook his head, cursing inwardly, "You idiot Damar. If both of you get injured, my plans will be ruined." But fortunately, events did not unfold as Chu Tian feared. At the moment the stars and the lava flow made contact, a voice suddenly shouted, "Go easy, please." Following that resonant voice, a red streak of light appeared between the stars and the lava. In a flash, under the soothing effect of that light streak, everything became quiet. The sky regained its original clarity, and the lava on the arena floor returned to the ground. This? Deke was stunned. The ultimate techniques of two Tier 8 experts vanished so easily? Had a peerless expert of the continent or a 9th-tier magic beast arrived? Unlike Deke, Damar understood what was happening. Adjusting his attire, Damar looked up at the sky and smiled, "Lord Chu Tian, your power must have reached the highest level of the 9th tier, right?" Following Damar's greeting, a captivating figure appeared above the arena. "Chu Tian?" Chu Tian stared blankly as the red-haired beauty slowly descended to the ground. Unable to believe his eyes, Chu Tian gaped, but no words came out. After landing, Chu Tian glanced at Damar, then approached Chu Tian, saying coldly, "Marquis, I hear you're living well." With that, she subtly flipped her long hair alluringly. As her hair lifted, an unsightly scar stood out on Chu Tian's fair neck. Chu Tian gave an awkward laugh, not thinking, and immediately blurted out, "Ha ha, I never expected Chu Tian to be so beautiful." There was no doubt that Chu Tian's beauty was no less than Shaolin Na's. But unlike Shaolin Na, Chu Tian did not possess the beauty of gentle tenderness. She was alluring but cold and arrogant. The combination of dragon race pride and the arrogance of a beauty was not something one found pleasant, especially when it was a beauty with 9th-tier divine power standing before him. Even assuming Chu Tian was treating her to save her life at the time, leaving an ugly scar on Chu Tian was an undeniable fact. After that incident, Chu Tian not eliminating young Master Su had already shown him great face. Therefore, whenever they met, Chu Tian would try to appease Chu Tian to soften their relationship. Humph. Clearly, Chu Tian's words had an effect. After clearing her throat, Chu Tian ignored Chu Tian and turned towards the people entering the arena. At this moment, Chu Tian noticed that under the protection of guards, Luo D3, right Prime Minister and Dower, left Prime Minister Ge Ming, and even his big brother Ka Na Si had also arrived. Damar, you're not bad, are you? You managed to destroy this entire arena. Luo D3 looked at the devastated scene, speaking with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ah, this. As soon as he saw Luo D3, all his earlier prestige vanished. Like a mouse encountering a cat, Damar could only bow his head, trembling, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Your humble servant was wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered the way of officialdom that Chu Tian had taught him, and immediately added, Next time, your humble servant will only use magic to share your worries, and only against your Majesty's enemies. You've made progress. I'll overlook it this time. Luo D3 gently nodded, then let Damar off the hook. Phew, Marquis Fu La Di now, Damar secretly rejoiced, truly a good person. Not only did he lend me money, but he also taught me how to appease His Majesty. Great Marquis, I worship you. Deke, step down. And Dower suddenly interjected. Your Majesty, my butler, ignorant of matters, has caused trouble for the imperial capital citizens. Your humble servant begs to take responsibility on his behalf before your Majesty. With that, and Dower knelt before Luo D3. Cough, stand up. Helping Endower up, Luo D3 smiled and asked, Since your butler is so talented, why doesn't he serve the nation? Your Majesty, Deke is not one of us Kaiser people, so your humble servant dared not recommend him to you, Endower replied. Oh dear, what a pity. Luo D3 sighed, thinking to himself, those archaic rules should be abolished already. It was common for nobles to recruit experts from other countries in the Kaiser Empire. However, Kaiser was a deeply nationalistic country, with a strong spirit of rejecting external influences. According to Kaiser's military regulations, non-Kaiser citizens were not allowed to join the army. Thus, many experts under nobles and among the populace could not join the army. Your Highness, in truth, today's events were all due to your humble servant. Chu Tian, seeing Endower and Luo D3 begin to converse, quickly interrupted. The bad guy often made accusations first, let alone Chu Tian who had reason on his side. I know all about today's events. Luo D3 cut Chu Tian off. Although you are not entirely wrong, the duel between you and Indison led to a skirmish between two Tier 8 experts. This has had a very negative impact on the citizens. Therefore, speaking of this, Luo D3 looked at Chu Tian meaningfully, this arena will be repaired at your expense. About 10,000 gold coins should be enough. Scheming merchant. Shameless merchant. Chu Tian cursed Luo D3 inwardly. I earn you 1 to 2 million gold coins every year. And you still take my money to repair this tiny arena? How can someone be so shameless? But under the eaves, everyone has to bow their head. After looking at Luo D3 for a moment, Chu Tian could only mournfully accept. Your Majesty, that's not fair. Ka Nasi jumped up, speaking for Chu Tian, this matter was instigated by Indisen, why punish only Fu La Di now? Fu La Di now only made a small mistake, compensating a small amount of money is enough. Luo D3 first signaled Ka Nasi not to panic, then looked at Endower with a serious expression, and Indisen dared to violate the sacred duel rules. Endower, what do you say should be done? Although Indisen is my son, he has committed a fault. Your humble servant will certainly not protect him. I implore your Highness to punish him as you deem fit. Endower calmly pushed the question back to Luo D3. Since you've said so, then let Fu La Di now decide. Luo D3, after extracting money from Chu Tian, finally remembered his good points, and granted him the right to decide. Chu Tian closed his eyes. His plan, which had been disrupted by Damar, was finally back on track. Chapter 32, Transaction, Part 2, Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Tian respectfully bowed to Luo D3, then smiled and said to Endower, Right Prime Minister, I believe this was merely an accident. Am I right? That's right, it was an accident. And Desen had no intention of killing Marquis. Although he didn't know what Chu Tian wanted, Endower still cautiously replied, he was just momentarily agitated. With that, Endower chuckled again, grasping Chu Tian's hand, haha. That young Desen is ignorant, we adults shouldn't bother with him. He thought for a moment, then probed Chu Tian, I'll take care of repairing this arena. What do you think, Your Excellency? No, absolutely not. Chu Tian's expression turned serious. Praise the life goddess. The fault I committed absolutely cannot be pushed onto others. The goddess once said that people should bravely admit their mistakes, only then can they maintain the purity of their souls. Another one of the goddess's illusory sayings. It had become a habit, before deceiving others, Chu Tian would definitely concoct a saying from the life goddess. Anyone who didn't know Chu Tian would be completely swayed, just like Damar and Ka Nasi at this moment. But Luo D3 was struggling to suppress his laughter, trying to maintain his imperial demeanor. This brother-in-law of his seemed very much like himself, a drug lord. Pure soul? A drug lord wanting to keep his soul pure? This news could make the front page of the imperial capital's newspaper. I wonder how Marquis Fu Ladi now intends to handle this. Gulaming saw that Chu Tian had no intention of reconciling and stepped in to help Endower. I believe that with Marquis's character, he will surely not make things difficult for a junior like Desen, right? That's right, of course, I won't make things difficult for this junior, Chu Tian thought to himself. He looked at Desen, who was a few years older than him, being brought over, then smiled, of course, I won't make things difficult for a child. Then he shook Endower's hand and said, Grand Lord Endower, this time your son suffered quite a bit of injury because of me. How about this, I will compensate you with 10,000 gold coins, and at the same time, I will order the best priest to treat your son. What do you think? There's a conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. Aside from Damar and Ka Nasi, everyone else, who had been friends in officialdom for decades, were shouting in their hearts. Gulaming secretly cursed, you little fox are truly shameless. Giving the guilty Desen 10,000 gold coins? What will others use to compensate your innocent Marquis? Endower also thought of this but dared not refuse. Looking at his son, who was covered in injuries, he feared that only a high-tier priest could treat him. But in this empire, what priest would dare not listen to Chu Tian, the head of the court priests? If he refused, Desen might have no way to be treated. So be it. Unexpectedly, this time he fell into the hands of this little fox Fu Ladi now. Endower had to reluctantly say, I accept Marquis's kind offer, but your losses are far greater. I have a few small estates in the imperial capital that I will give to you as compensation. What do you think? I asked for too little earlier, didn't I? Luo D3 secretly thought, filled with regret. According to the intelligence gathered, Endower's estates were not small at all, they were all luxurious noble manors. In total, they were worth at least 300,000 gold coins. 10,000 exchanged for 300,000, what a genius. Suddenly, Luo D3 felt he should suggest to the Panmosi family to expand their relationship with Chu Tian. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tian tried to compose himself. Right Prime Minister, you've misunderstood me. This arena should still be resolved by both duelists. I truly don't need your estates. Don't need them? Resolved by both duelists? Endower was stunned. Marquis, what do you mean by that? According to the duel rules, Desen has lost, right? Chu Tian smiled, then suddenly turned to Ka Nasi and asked. That's right. Although the duel hasn't officially concluded, Desen broke the rules, so you win. Ka Nasi cooperated perfectly with Chu Tian, speaking in a steady, resonant voice. According to Kaiser's customs, you can deal with Indecen as you please. When it came to understanding dual rules among everyone present, only Ka Nasi, who had actually been on the battlefield, had the most credibility. After all, he was the only general here who had commanded soldiers, and duels originally stemmed from military generals. So when Ka Nasi confirmed it, Indecen's fate was in Chu Tian's hands. Hearing Ka Nasi's explanation of the dual rules, Gulay Ming frowned slightly. Marquis Fuladinao, how exactly will you deal with Indecen? At this moment, the right prime minister could no longer guess Chu Tian's thoughts. He didn't want the large estates, but only the right to deal with Indecen. What advantage would that bring? Did he dare to harm Indecen right in front of His Majesty? After all, Indecen was the right prime minister's son. For the stability of the empire, he absolutely could not be touched. Chu Tian smiled at Gulay Ming and continued to ask Ka Nasi, do I have the right to confiscate Indecen's weapon as a war trophy? Yes. Ka Nasi looked at Chu Tian with confusion, not understanding why he only wanted Indecen's long sword. According to the rules, you can have everything of Indecen's, including his life. As soon as he heard the two words life, Endower immediately felt uneasy. His calm demeanor was gone. He impatiently said, cough cough, although he must pay for his wrongdoing, you, Your Excellency, don't truly want to take his life, do you? You old man, you also know how to worry, huh? Chu Tian thought angrily. If I find out you really tried to assassinate me, I'll take your whole family's lives. Despite such hatred in his heart, Chu Tian's face remained bright and smiling as if nothing was wrong. Of course not, I just want the weapon that once injured me as a war trophy. Weapon? Haha. Endower chuckled with relief, not realizing the true meaning in Chu Tian's words. He also went along with it, no problem, all his weapons are now yours. Haha, then it's settled. Chu Tian looked at Luo D3, I ask Your Majesty to bear witness. Luo D3 nodded in agreement. Chu Tian also opened his half-closed eyes, and calmly said, then I ask Right Prime Minister to hand over the war trophy to me. With that, he watched Endower pick up the long sword. Chu Tian lightly shook his index finger, smiling, I'm not talking about that weapon, that sword didn't injure me. I want the thing that did injure me. Injured you? Endower was surprised. He wasn't very clear about the previous situation, so he didn't know what Chu Tian was referring to. Fuladinao, are you referring to Bandis? Damar was uncharacteristically quick-witted. Hearing this, Endower's facial muscles began to twitch. Estates worth 300,000 gold coins could still be regained, but the 7th-tier magic beast Bandis was priceless. Although a 7th-tier magic beast was nothing in Kaiser, in some other countries, it was a nation-protecting divine beast. Furthermore, the effort Endower put into acquiring this 7th-tier magic beast for his son was unimaginable. Otherwise, how could Bandis have agreed to follow a 4th-tier bronze knight like Indecen? Even so, for his son, could Endower refuse? Haha. Endower gave a difficult, forced laugh. Alright, I'll give it to you. Chapter 33, Damar's story. After agreeing, Endower painfully took the slave contract from his son and handed it to Chu Tian, now Bandis is yours. Chu Tian took it, smiled, and put it into his spatial ring. He comfortably thought, finally, I have my own magic beast. Relying on Bandis and what's inside this ring, I at least have a foothold in this land full of experts. Don't blame me for not reminding you, that's just an equal contract. Chi Yen, standing behind Ka Nasi, suddenly spoke, if you don't have enough strength, don't even dream of commanding that little spider for your entire life. Dragon blood can conceal magic fluctuations? Others might believe this reason, but Chi Yen understood Chu Tian too well, so she reminded him out of gratitude for his past rescue. Holy life goddess, even if I don't have enough strength, the goddess will move her. Moreover, I am an 8th-tier Grand Priest mentor. Chu Tian looked extremely saintly at this moment, but his heart was actually extremely dark. Chu Tian had also thought about this issue. Bandis could have abandoned Indison due to some threat from Damar, which showed it was very intelligent. As for deceiving an intelligent creature, Chu Tian had a lot of experience. Alright, Fu La Di now, this matter ends here. Luo D3 delivered the final verdict for this duel. Chu Tian had achieved his goal but had another question. Although this battle was chaotic, it wasn't enough to alarm Luo D3. Your Majesty, do you have another purpose for coming here? Was merely destroying an arena worth Luo D3 bringing a retinue of grand ministers to watch? Indeed, I have other business. Luo D3 looked at Chu Tian with satisfaction, then with utter disappointment at the clueless Demarche. It seemed the position of Grand Magus official should be given to someone else. He thought to himself but continued, however, since you were injured in the duel, treat your injuries first. You shall come to the palace tonight to receive your orders. Orders? Chu Tian closed his eyes. What kind of order would be important enough for Luo D3 to personally deliver? This matter won't be simple. Although his heart was full of doubts, the joy of acquiring his first magic beast temporarily made Chu Tian disregard everything else. Your Majesty, then your humble servant shall withdraw. Luo D3 gently nodded and said, remember, you must come to the palace tonight to receive your orders. Then he and the retinue of grand ministers left. As soon as Luo D3 left, Damar hurriedly followed, wanting to continue showing off a little to His Highness. But unexpectedly, Chu Tian, from behind, pulled him back. After everyone else left, Damar looked puzzled and asked Chu Tian, Fu La Di now, why did you keep me here? Hearing Damar ask such a foolish question, Chu Tian could only shake his head and say, have you forgotten? I still owe you money. 50,000 gold coins. However, there was another reason Chu Tian didn't mention. Without this Grand Magus official Damar, how would Chu Tian dare to summon Bandis, who had just thrashed him? Right. Right. Borrowing money. Damar chuckled foolishly, overjoyed, ha. Thank you so much. I borrowed money from you, yet I had to be reminded by you. At this point, Damar awkwardly rubbed his hands together, not knowing what to say. It's alright, we're brothers, there's no need to be formal. Inadvertently, Chu Tian had elevated his relationship with the Grand Magus official to that of sworn brothers. Oh, right, why do you need so much money, brother? And where has all your money gone? Since you've asked, little brother, I shall tell you the truth. The pitiful Damar was finally gradually led on by Chu Tian and became his elder brother. Damar's story was quite ordinary, truly a fictional version of a hope project. In a small, distant village, a child was orphaned at a young age and raised by the honest villagers. Then one day, by chance, the child was discovered to have an innate talent for magic. So, despite their poverty, the villagers pooled their meager savings to send the child to the Magic Academy. After many years of arduous struggle, the child became the nation's Grand